lock in. I'll lock in. I'll lock in, right, Zoe? It's time. What is sleep in this world? Right, baby? No, you're just a cat. You don't have a job. But then again, I too don't have a job! We're in the same boat, Zoe! Oh my god! We're both fucking bums! Your cat food now if both you and I don't work. We're both useless. We can sell feet pics. We can do that. And then we can buy you food again. Talking to you like we don't do this every day. Why do I talk to you like we don't have this conversation every day? Okay, but like if we really think about it, can we sell paw pics? You know? What if we put like... What if we put a Yu-Gi-Oh card under your foot? And so it looks like you're stepping on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Oh fuck, am I unmuted? Again? God damn it. Fuck! Morning guys, good morning, good morning! If I don't talk to Zoe once in a while, she'll think that I hate her. So we gotta talk to the kitty more. Waiting. That wasn't on purpose. No, I was recording stuff late last night and I forgot. Oh man. Good morning, guys. We are back and we're watching the most significant but obscure Space Marines chapters in 40k. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Okay. So I know you guys are probably like, oh my god, it's like 12 in the afternoon. Why are you sleepy? I stayed up till 4 because we have a ton of events coming up. Okay? Stay up till 4. We have a ton of events coming up and I was prepping for those events. Isn't that just a chick thing? No. It's 2 a.m. here. Oh, well, that's low-key even worse for me. Yeah, so like I had to do like a ton of like recordings and everything last night, all the way till like 4 in the morning. So now I don't know if I'm EP, but you know what I know I need? Absolutely. Hold up. What kind of events? That's a secret for now. God, Monster Energy, baby. Oh, hell yeah. In big picture, well, Miwa hyperfixates on smaller stuff like the weapons or sea lister Space Marine chapters. I think that Warhammer as a whole is very interesting, and I like getting into the details of things because I think it's really fun. It's a white monster. It is a white monster. It is a white monster. But good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a nice day so far. Oh my god. There's a video called 20 different second founding chapters explained. A buddy brought out the new Lando Norris monster for me to try. I need them to have like a Max Verstappen one, even though I know it's not going to happen. Just so I too can go in 3 seconds. But like, yeah, so this weekend, I might dual stream it on both YouTube and Twitch. But this Friday, it's gonna be a 12-hour stream. It's gonna be a 12-hour stream where we will be doing IRL stuff. Will I be building the tank IRL if we have time? I will be cooking IRL, and we'll be playing Night Rain with one of my besties. My Space Marines Raver's boss got lost in the mail. No, that sucks. Been looking to expanding my tower army, probably get Vespits or some Croots. Get the Croots, get the Croots, get the Croots. Have you made your morning prayers so the Emperor self-flagellated for your sins? No. But we can do a quick prayer right now and make sure that like my PC doesn't die in the middle of like stream again. Okay. It went to California. Oh, Seven's in the chat. I want you guys to know, if you guys aren't used to my normal streams, I'm just saying because I know we've gotten like a huge influx of like new people. If you're not used to my normal streams, we talk a lot. We go on stupid tangents, and then the tangents have tangents, and then those like tangents have newer tangents. Oh, I can't do a Twitch partner stream on YouTube. You're right. Okay, they're gonna beat the shit out of me. You're absolutely right, Fishin. Sorry, it's not gonna be dual streamed. Yeah, we yap like crazy. I got my new chair from Secret Labs yesterday, and Mofo was around 40 kilos and fit through a doorway. Girl, that's why I sit on a plastic chair. You know those foldable ones? You know those chairs that you can buy like in a set from like Walmart or Target where it's like maybe $30 for like a table and 4 chairs? That's what I sit on. Because why not? I saw your Rimworld reaction. When are we gonna get a Glacier Steam Rimworld run? We could do that, but like I need to buy Rimworld, I guess. But it's so comfy. 1 hour, 1 minute. No. Oh, my poor back. No, it's fine. I'm not that tall anyways. No, good night, Colin2G. If you guys are here, good night, good night. We always lose the point and do our own thing. We really do. So if you're not used to yapping, then you might want to watch the edited videos. But anyways, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning. No, have fun at work, Mac. If you guys are at work, I hope I can keep you guys company at work. Ow, fuck, my ass. Not like that. My, I slid on the chair and it kind of hit my tailbone. Don't worry about it, okay? Alvarito, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Onto the basement. Welcome. You're so low floor. Can't you just stand at the desk and be... No, not like that. Guys, shut up. You know what I mean. No, shut up. You know what I mean. I hit my tailbone. Ow. Coyote man, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you on the basement. Welcome. You can yap. We'll be here for the Warhammer yapping. I love Warhammer, but sometimes there's like things about Warhammer that make me so like confused, and it makes me a little crazy, and I'm like, And you know that the Obscure Space Marines tier list is gonna make me absolutely insane because what the fuck are these color schemes? But are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Making this ad, and back to the video.
Back to the video. The Black Shields. Naruhodur.
If you haven't picked up on it just yet, me covering the 11th and 2nd Legion spot is usually just a freebie for me. I get to fill in here whatever I want and justify it however I choose, because I mean, it's my channel. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a degree of thought that goes into these choices. See, I try to stick to some sort of theme, depending on what the series is about. See, for the 2nd Legion slot, I covered the Grey Shields, the unnumbered sons of Rabute Gilliman, which were essentially the first wave of Primarchs Marines that came out of the frozen halls of Belisarius Call, ready for combat during the Indomitus Crusade's outset. I have, since that video, learned quite a lot more about the Grey Shields, and to be honest, I probably think my old video is a bit out of date, but I'll cover it a little bit more in depth later. And I digress. Basically, because I covered the Grey Shields, it was only natural that I cover the Black Shields for the 11th Legion and throw you all for a loop. The Black Shields as a whole are a very interesting concept and have some long-lasting repercussions as to their reach in the 40k setting. They aren't really talked about that much as their touch on the setting isn't as intense as any other faction, though I do find that they do serve a bit of a significant spot in the era of 40k. So what I mean, it's pretty simple actually. During the Horus heresy, there is often reported to be two main factions, the Loyalists and the Traitors, excluding any Xenos factions. But technically, there was actually a bunch of smaller factions that popped up in between all of them. For the most part, donning black armor to hide their heraldry, and each of them having in common one single thing, and that being that they did not side with either the Loyalist or the Traitor sides of things. They sort of went their own unbiased way. These individuals, most times, were made up of Loyalist members of Traitor factions, whom actually assumed they were the last remnants of their parent legion's true and original cause, you dig? These were the Black Shields. The Black Shields were in as short an order as possible, essentially mercenaries who didn't choose a side, and by not choosing a side, they were free to do whatever they wanted in the short span of the Horus heresy. There are numerous groups of them that could be discussed, and I'd not be doing them an ounce of justice if I didn't give them the time they needed, and I have yet to do as much research and read every single book that includes them, so I'll probably cover them all individually at some point. Hell, Indrid Har just got a model, and it is one of the best true-scale model characters they have released up to this point, with a fucking amazing dynamic pose and just very, very good sculpt work.
Wait, that model is kind of cool. Titus was a Black Shield. Oh, okay. So what they are is just basically traitor legions that don't want to be traitors anymore. Then Titus was a Black Shield Deathwatch. Okay. Loyalists of the Traitors. So Titus was in the Traitor Legions for like a hot second then. Is that what that means? Bro was like in the Traitor Legions for a sec? Traitor Legions with daddy issues. Titus was found with no insignia, no memory, so Black... Oh, that makes sense. Black Shields are Marines who have allegedly done something very shameful. Don't see them worthy of having their chapter marking shown. He chose to be a Black Shield. It just means exiled. So this is the exiled faction then. Okay, I see. That makes more sense now. So he was accused of heresy. He was accused of heresy, sent to the Deathwatch, and then became a Black Shield. But it's not limited to traitor legions. This is just to Marines who are just abandoning the insignia in general. Self-exile or imposed exile. The only reason they let Titus back in the Smurfs is because they found no trace of heresy. Yeah, fuck Leandros. Want you guys to know that one video where I crashed out about Leandros? You remember that? Do you remember what I'm talking about? It got age restricted. Because I said fuck Leandros like so many times. YouTube age restricted it. So 07's in the chat. Morning, guys. It's not demonetized. Yeah, top 10 most hated characters in 40k. It wasn't demonetized. It's just that if you're below a certain age, you can't watch that video. You know, like the new Warhammer video. I saw it, but I can't react to it for like another month or two. Yeah, I can't react to it for another month or two because, you know, like, to be respectful. But yeah, I was like, oh man, fuck Leandros, that little slimy motherfucker. How's the Love Hotel video? Age restricted? No, Love Hotel video is not age restricted. I mean, there wasn't anything bad in the Love Hotel video. It was just the dinosaurs, right? So no one's getting mad at dinosaurs. Like, that'd be insane. Marines for taking the title Black Shield are usually choice of the Marine himself. Most, however, take the marking as penance for their actions or in a few circumstances their chapter's actions. Keep cursing Leandros, you're gonna get age restricted. We're gonna get age restricted again. To be fair, no one under 18 should be watching you. You're not child friendly. No, all of my videos have I do have a warning saying that my content is not child friendly. On YouTube and on Twitch. YouTube especially, because we watch like Warhammer videos. Warhammer is not child friendly. It just looked like a regular... No, you see, it looked like a regular hotel, but it was sick as fuck. Because there were dinosaurs in there. It's all Leandros' fault that you're getting age restricted. Exactly. We blame Leandros and we blame the Etsy witch. We have two major culprits for all of the bad things happening right now. And it is Leandros and the Etsy witch. There are Warhammer books for children. I feel like if I ever had a kid, someone in chat would try to send me that. If I ever had a kid, someone in chat would absolutely try to send me the Warhammer kids books. The guy you're watching right now has made a review of them. Oh, we should watch the review. We should. Stubbed your toe, Leandros' fault. Lost your keys, Leandros. I blame the Etsy witch too. I blame... They're bad? Are they really bad? Like, what do they do? Do they teach, like, the kids, do they teach the kids, like, English or something? A Warhammer coloring book would be fire. Would you draw blood on, like, would you color in the blood on, like, in like, a Warhammer coloring book? Actually, no. A Warhammer coloring book would be fire. But then... we already have the best Warhammer coloring book. We get to paint the Space Marines or whatever. Not enough grim dark. Okay, I mean, but you don't expect like a kid's book series to have grim dark. If like if I looked at like if I gave my kid a book and I looked over and the next page was like a Space Marine decapitating like an orc or something, I'd be fucking horrified, dude. I'd be like, hey, everyone dies in the Warhammer kids book. That's called miniatures? Exactly. Miniatures are too expensive to give to kids. Bro, I did a stint teaching children and like babysitting, right? And the number of things that they throw against the wall, I would not give them a mini. But if you're new, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. The worst thing about the books, the protagonists are kids. It can't end well. That's crazy. That is crazy. The coloring book is the first step before you paint real models. Bro, when are we gonna get like the Twilight of Warhammer? Or is that just the Caiaphas Cain books? Where all they do is just fuck. I saw a Reddit post of someone who painted Minnie while still on the sprue, uncut and all, it was psychotic. That feels illegal. Have you actually read it yet? What, Horus Heresy? No, Caiaphas Cain books? No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet, at least. A Warlord Titan is the size of a small child, so about the size of me. Oh, shut up, I'm tall. What Caiaphas Cain books have you been reading? No, not yet. Yeah, where's the young adult version of like Warhammer books? Leandros did nothing wrong in the eyes of the Imperium. Snitches that cry heresy for every cat up a tree move up quickly in the grimdark future. I get that. Like, we know that technically he didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's just that bro's a fucking snitch, and we love Titus. Therefore, Leandros sucks because Leandros is his enemy. Bro, can I be real? I just thought about it recently when I was in the shower, but like I used to take art lessons when I was a kid, and my mom pulled me out of them so that I could take ballet lessons instead. And I think that by doing that, she's really like fucked up my future, cause now I'm bad at painting like Warhammer models. What does that even mean? Like now I learned ballet. For what? For what? I should have learned like art. I should have done those art lessons. That way I'd be able to like paint the models a little better, right? Considering the atmosphere and themes in 40k, if I had kids, I wait until they're 14 or 15 at the very least before introducing them to that universe. Are you still good at ballet? Fuck no. At least you're not Chinese and have to learn piano. I am half Chinese on my dad's side. I didn't have to learn the piano, but like my mom was like kind of crazy, right? My mom was like kind of crazy. So I did ballet for like 5 years growing up. And then she pulled me out of ballet because someone told her that girls who do ballet, like because it like specifically trains your calf muscles, your calves will be like very like built compared to like the rest of your body, right? So my mom was like, I don't want her to have like abnormally built calf muscles, so she pulled me out of ballet lessons. I know, it was so dumb. No, okay, so we're gonna react to the West Hammer video eventually. She doesn't like Chun-Li? No, she doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. My mom was a bit weird. Harlequins are a mix of death and dawn, so you got that going for you. Yeah, but like the Harlequins have an ugly fucking fit, bro. She is just crazy, yeah. The fact that Titus is the type of dude that doesn't say a single thing with his bro and just tells everyone to do as he said. To be honest, right? I'm not even gonna lie. I do genuinely feel like a lot of the issues that propped up in like Warhammer Space Marine 2, and I'm saying Space Marines 2 specifically because I did play Space Marines 2. I didn't play Space Marines yet. We're holding out for the remastered edition, right? Because if they're gonna drop a remaster, obviously I'm not gonna play the old one where like, you know, if I look at it wrong, my entire PC might fucking die, right? But I genuinely feel like in Space Marines 2, Titus had like communication issues. Oh, there's the remastered out. Fuck, I want to play the remastered shit. No. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, why are the reviews mixed? It's very jank. You'll see. The Emperor video I suggested. we're gonna finish we're gonna finish the videos like one at a time, and then eventually we'll get there. But once again, reminder to everyone in chat, out of respect to the content creators who make these videos, we won't watch them as soon as they drop. We'll wait like a month or two to like before we react to it. That way it can get all the views, like all the organic views it can. Yep. Is that the one that's borked? Aw, man. It's because Titus is your commanding officer, not their bro. It makes sense. I guess so. But like, I do genuinely feel like it was very much like communication issues, you know? If that makes sense. A week is good enough? It's not. It's out of respect to the content creators. A lot of people will say 2 to 3 weeks, but I think bumping it up to 4 is the better option. We don't respect logs though. That's my boss. What's he gonna do? Kill me? Where's Mr. John Fist? John Fist is on holiday right now. So it turns out having John Fist on the screen while we're watching Warhammer videos gives him PTSD. Oh, the Dawn of War remaster comes out in 2 weeks. Oh, I want to play it so bad. I feel uncomfortable about the emotional support Fist. He is on break. Can someone send me a PNG of a different Fist and or Salamander to replace John Fist while he recovers from his PTSD. They're not gonna act like they're Space Marines? I guess so, but the problem is that, right? Like, if my boss does some like really wants me to do like very questionable things, right? I would still be a bit like, what are you talking about? You know? I'll be on holiday when it drops. That's when you get a Steam Deck, bestie. Jingo, not the Cyber Dragon. This is 40k, not My Little Pony. Then it's no, I get that, but it's still like how should I put it? It's still a little like, okay, you know, there's major communication issues in the Imperium, clearly. And a lot of these issues could be heavily solved if the people were a little more like less stoic, I guess. You know? Log seems like he would turn you into an OnlyFans feet mall for profit. No, every time I'm like, hey, do you think I should start like OnlyFans? He goes, you know, you have to market that, right? And I'm like, oh man. Yeah, no, the whole setting would be fixed if people actually just talk to each other. But because they didn't talk to each other, there's like a billion fucking communication issues. They have to use psychers for communication. No, it's even just like, you know, clown to clown like communication. Titus is playing a good character for the 40k universe. I'm confused. Literally 95%. He is a good character. He is a good character. It's not that he's bad. We're not criticizing Titus. It's not an attack against him. It's just that like the Warhammer 40k universe runs into this issue where none of the people really like okay, I wouldn't say none of the people, because Caiaphas Cain like did have good better communication, right? But the Space Marines and like, you know, all the way up to like the Emperor, they all seem to have terrible communication. Yeah. Which causes like most of the issues, you know? Yeah. Yeah, it's not a Titus thing, it's a 40k thing. Like we're okay. You think that we're attacking Titus? We're not attacking Titus. It is everyone in this universe is so stoic that they want to do what they think is right, which is fine. But then if you do things without explaining it to people, then miscommunication happens, right? So a lot of these issues come from the characters being way too stoic. Coyote Man, thank you. Thank you for being here. It's okay. Don't worry about it. They're Space Marines. They are, but like, it doesn't discount from the fact that communication issues is like one of the number one, like, you know, they're not gonna have a cry and talk about their feelings. I think you're taking it a little too literally. I think you're taking it a little too literally. I'm not saying that they need to kumbaya around like a campfire or anything. I'm saying that, like, hey, like, if I tell you guys, chat, watch my next video, some of you guys are gonna be like, oh, that's kind of a weird request, but okay. Some of you guys are gonna be like, why? And if I follow it up with, because I have a sponsored video coming up, you guys are gonna be like, oh, okay, so you just want to get views on the video. That makes sense. You'd be more likely to do it, right? As opposed to like me being like, no guys, watch my video, please, 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 please. So it's a little like, explaining it is a little better. Cornflakes, thanks for the follow, thank you. Yeah, so it's the fact that like Titus just cuts it off at do what I tell you to do and don't ask questions, that people are just kind of, that the people beside him are just kind of like, what the fuck, right? It's autism galore and it's fun to watch a shit show. It is. It really is. It's the military. It's not normal work where you discuss orders. It is very much so, but it's just that level of understanding is removed, which is why miscommunications and drama happens. You know? That's the thing. Don't ask questions is the Imperium. No, that is the point. That's why there's so much drama. But then that's why we can also objectively say that better communication skills would absolutely help the situation in the Imperium. It's not gonna happen. We know that, but what are we talking about? We're talking about how the Imperium is basically too stoic for its own good. That's true. In this setting, the information is extremely dangerous, but it leads to like situations like in Space Marines too. You know, we're not saying that like the game is bad. We're not saying that the game is bad. We're not saying anything negative about it. It's just that objectively, a lot of these issues could have been solved if they explained themselves to each other. Don't try to impose logic in the 40k. Yeah. No, okay, the problem is that everyone likes Titus, and when you say anything negative about Titus, people get really upset. He has 3 centuries of combat experience. Yeah, it's very much like a 40k universe is bad. They're supposed to be doing everything backwards and a detriment. We're not trying to fix the Imperium. There's a very big difference between like, oh, you know, I'm trying to fix the Imperium and this is how I would fix it, versus miscommunication bad. You know, there's a very big difference between like these two things. No time for yapping, only war. Yeah, it's like bro like has moments where they're in like the drop ships, right? And they're just like sitting by themselves, like stoically, like staring at each other, like no yapping. Become colder in personality, abandoning since the time under the Inquisition. No, he's traumatized as fuck, and I do get that. But could the miscommunication issues in Space Marines 2 be fixed if he explained himself a little better? Maybe. But yeah. 40K isn't about making things better. It's just that miscommunication bad. I don't think the Marines can be traumatized. No, they can. No, they can. Who was it? What was it? One of the videos that we watched talked about some of the Space Marines being traumatized and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah, the Lamenters are also like hella traumatized. He had to relearn to trust. Yeah, honestly, wait. Was Space Marines 2 technically a young adult movie where he goes on a journey to learn how to trust again? And like Lamenters mentioned cries uncontrollably, young adult. You know those like, are those young adults, or are those like, what are those, like those Christmas movies where it's like, yeah, those Christmas movies where it's like she goes on a journey to find herself again, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know, I enjoy it though. I think it's silly. I think it's really funny. I think it's really silly. There's a whole company of traumatized Marines. Yeah, they're called the Lamenters. Vulcan's traumatized. I'd be traumatized too. Hallmark movies, is that what they're called? To be honest, I'm not sure. But you know what I mean, right? No one's knocking the fact that Space Marines 2 is a great fucking game. No one's knocking the fact that this Titus is a great character. There are severe issues in the Imperium from like an objective perspective. But we are not the writers, and there's nothing we can do to fix this universe other than discuss and talk about it. Being called a young adult. No, it's a genre. It's a genre. It's a genre. We're not calling him a young adult. It's just a genre of like books. You know? Like, I don't know how to explain. What's a famous young adult novel? Like Hunger Games, that kind of thing? That's why I need you guys to stop thinking we're trying to fix 40K. There's no fixing 40K. We are not writing the books. We have nothing to do with the lore. We're just talking about it. Yeah, like what is it? They just have like really shitty zoom. You know? I don't think 50 Shades is a young adult novel, is it? I mean, I don't know. Like, but yeah, when we say young adult novels, we mean shit like Hunger Games, you know? We're not calling Titus a young adult. It's definitely not, yeah. Yeah, to be honest, okay, can I be very honest with you guys? I've never actually seen 50 Shades, and I've never read the books. Everything that I know about 50 Shades of Grey is secondhand, like, knowledge from, like, the internet. Deep dive on Imperial Fist anytime soon? Probably, I don't know, probably next week. We just keep doing it. Is that necessarily a bad thing though? I don't think it is. It's just that like, what is it? It's just that if anyone were to ask me anything about it, I have no idea. I don't know anything about that book. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Definitely 18 plus. How many seconds into the video are we? Hey, we're 4 minutes in. We're 4 minutes in. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, okay, like what is the Horus heresy book series basically 50 Shades but for men? Absolutely not. I hope not. You think? That would be the Space Marine battle series, 50 Shades of Fulgrim. I've given a lot of people crap for reading 50 Shades. I tried reading Twilight. What is the woman equivalent of reading the Horus Heresy? What's the woman equivalent? Huh. Twilight? Women can like 40k too. Horus Heresy is gender neutral. Brother, I had to sit there and like, okay, someone gave me like a great advice. I took a picture of the glossary that includes all of the characters at the start of the book. So when I'm reading like Horus Rising, I have to refer to who is who, right? I have to like sit there and like refer because I'm like, brother, I don't remember who these people are anymore. Oh. Is the Horus Heresy series basically Desperate Housewives but for men? Just memorize it like the rest of us? Brother, I don't even remember if I had breakfast this morning. Let's be for reals. You think I can memorize like who 50%? Let me tell you something. I remembered one of the characters. Okay, I was like, okay, this character, I think I can remember their name. And then 5 pages in, he's fucking dead. And I'm like, what the fuck? I just remember your stupid name. And now you're dead? Was my favorite tank, Lehman Russ. But the Solar Auxilla one. I think that one's really cool. Yeah. So I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck? Why'd they put you in the glossary if you're gonna die 5 pages in? Fuck you. Stay alive, bitch. What the hell? But anyways, we should get back to the video because we're going off topic again and like now we're really bad. She's actually trying to remember every individual character. I am. What can I say? My tism's like that. What do you want me to do? Is it more? I don't know. I don't know. Why are you trying to compare Horus Heresy to some other media? It's more like, what is the woman equivalent of the Horus Heresy? We're just talking about like what would be the girl equivalent of it, and we don't know what the girl equivalent is. Yeah, Sejanus or Sejuanus or whatever, and then he fucking dies, and then I'm like, okay, what the hell? Like the one who gets sent to the emperor to talk about peace and then gets fucking murked, and then everyone's like, oh, war. So you don't need. No, that's what I do. That's what I've been doing. So it's just me, like, spoilers. Okay, the book series has been out for years now. If you're still getting spoiled, you need to read the book, bestie. Yeah. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
He is in fact a world eater without the butcher's nails,
Ooh.
which is pretty neat, but again, I digress. What else is there to know about the Black
not
Shields?
have the butcher's nails?
Aside from that they were a separatist, non-included faction of Space Marines during the heresy, they tended to avoid outright conflicts with either side if they couldn't help it, which is usually how they would go about it. And alongside that, they tended to wear weirdly fucked up power armor. Due to them being separated from the majority of the manufacturers of either side, they weren't able to get replacements as they saw fit, so a lot of their suits units of power armor were jury-rigged to have the performance of them maximized while also maintaining them as best they can with what little equipment they could. A lot of them are patchwork from stolen bodies that they killed on the battlefield when fighting either traitor or loyalists. The specific designation for this mark of power armor that is just the conglomerate is actually pariah pattern. So they have pariah pattern power armor, but their weapons are also called pariah weapons because they also had to have just piecemeal patchwork adjustments done as they were engaging in warfare. It is interesting, but it is a practice that probably fell out of favor pretty damn quickly because the power armor for Space Marines is supposed to be balanced on a knife's edge, where if you do not keep it in check the proper way, it will burn out and break pretty easily.
Ooh.
Maintenance as opposed to customization is usually more important. Although they were a part of the Horus heresy, there is a bit of a reason as to why they aren't mentioned too much. They didn't play a huge part in the heresy, to my knowledge. Their whole shtick was essentially recruiting new Marines that were rushed into the process of being a Space Marine so vast that the indoctrination to make them didn't stick as well as it could. Essentially making a bunch of Space Marines fight for a cause that they didn't really believe in or understand all that well. So many of them ended up defecting to the side of the Black Shields or just outright defecting to the opposite side of the conflict. Now, most of the Black Shields ended up getting disbanded, hunted down, or died out, but a few of them ended up actually existing into the modern era, allegedly. And I kind of want to bring up one of them in passing to discuss the point that I want to kind of make here, because there is one that is still around. So there was an entire Black Shield chapter of Space Marines that were made up entirely of an abandoned company of Emperor's children. They identified by the name of their company, which was the Death Eagles. They kept a sort of gold and pink color scheme similar to their parent legion, while also adding new elements to distinguish themselves, and named themselves as...
I hate that color scheme. What is that? Hold on a second. No. No, this is absolutely unbased. Chow, what the fuck? I love that scheme. No. Hello Kitty Marines? I think this is so... I don't know. Why is this underwear? Why? Okay, in the right one, why is this underwear split down the middle in like pink? Like, bro's underwear is like definitely like split down the fucking middle in pink, bro. He's freaky like that. I know they're called cod pieces, but because I won't remember that in like 2 minutes, we're calling them underwear. Looks like ice cream. I mean, they look like raspberry ice cream, you know? But like... No, I know they're called cod pieces. Someone just told me that, but I'm not gonna remember that in like 5 minutes, so like, we're calling it the undies. Yeah, bro, one of them's... Like... This guy has, like, the one on the left has, like, super defined tidy whities. This one also has, like, kind of defined tidy whities. And this one's just like, we're dipping it. I don't know. I don't really mind the checkers so much. I just feel like, man... I'm so confused. Yeah, the middle one looks like he's wearing a thong. I'm not even gonna lie. Their eyes aren't down there. I mean, you have to, you're not painting this in general. You have to very specifically paint them down the middle in pink, right? It draws the eyes to the crotch. This is insane. Also, this guy's wearing like two-tone like leggings, bro. They're wearing two-tone fucking leggings. This one is, okay, the one on the left is the least offensive. The one on the left is like the least offensive. Everything else is like low-key kind of like offensive. Oh man. So hide the pee stains. No. Also, Hero, thanks for gifting us sub. Thank you. These guys look fabulous. They do. The guy on the left does. New outfit idea? Absolutely not. They're VTuber. Abso-fucking-lutely not. We are not gonna look like this, chat. What the fuck? What is this? I hate the color scheme. This is so bad. Ah!
A chapter rather than a member of the Emperor's Children. These were the Death Eagles, as I said. Now, the original printing of these models and rules in the 90s confirmed that they were in fact loyalist members of the Emperor's Children, but it is said that the Black Shield group that went by the name the Death Eagles went missing after fighting a chaos-corrupted group of the Emperor's Children on some planet far away, and a new chapter arose swiftly afterwards called the Death Eagles. These Death Eagles had completely different power armor colorations as well as completely different tactics, and allegedly they were the successor chapter of the Raven Guard, which, yeah, makes sense, but I'd still like to think there's an idea there that they were possibly just the camouflaged and disguised version of the Emperor's Children, because shit like that does happen. Allegedly, the original Minotaur's chapter, this fucking mustard and ketchup looking abomination.
He said it so I didn't have to. What is this mustard and ketchup looking ass color scheme? Oh man. Oh man. McDonald's looking ass. It is McDonald's. Oh my god. Old are they look way better now. They're just hot dog buns, uncooked bacon. Girl, if your bacon looks like that, please don't eat it. The modern schema's base, Minotaurs are peak. Is that the cow one? Are they the Marines? Bro. Okay, here's a thought. What if we got like random Space Marines and we just painted them like ice cream colors? So we could have different, like a strawberry ice cream Marine, like a little like sprinkles one. Wouldn't that be funny and really cute? She's gonna war on my hammer. Say less, queen. Instead of praising Big E, they're praising Big Mac. True. Whenever I get a cheeseburger and I like lift up the top bun, this is the color scheme that I see staring up at me on top of the patty. The Baskin Robbins Marines. That would be so cute. I honestly feel like I'm gonna be very real with you guys. I will make an honest and sincere effort in learning how to actually play 40K, but I don't think that I want to commit to actually playing it. I think that I'm having a lot more fun thinking up like color schemes for what I want to paint the miniatures, you know? Their chapter masters Ronald McDonald. That's fucking insane. We should make a Ronald McDonald Space Marines. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know. I just started thinking about it. I was like, maybe I have to actually play the game, because you guys know that I'm easily influenced and I do have like the brain rot, right? So like if I actually like play the game like proper, I might enjoy it so much that I want to commit to it. But for right now, I think like I'm having more fun thinking up color schemes, you know? Topless men army battle scarred in tanks. You know, like the other day someone was like, what do you prefer, hot men or like tanks? But why can't I have hot men in tanks? Right? What? Right? Why can't I have both? See? Try kill team first, it's less minis. True. Why not both? Exactly. 1 hour for a whole round. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can learn it in like tabletop sim. The only problem is that I've never actually used tabletop sim before, so this is gonna be a journey for for all of us. That's just the Imperial Guard. Okay, but like the Imperial Guard like model faces are kind of busted. game rules are always changing, but your dudes are your dudes forever. That's why we gotta create the Baskin Robbins like Space Marines. That we gotta do it. The Baskin Robbins Space Marines. We gotta fucking do that. Oh my god. Okay, I will unpause the video so we can get the Big Mac looking ass Space Marines out of our way. Are you ready? I have the dev core, no funky faces to paint. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. Whenever I look at some of the miniatures, I'm like, the helmet stays on. And it feels kind of mean, but some of their faces are so busted that I just look at it and I'm like, no, this would give me nightmares. Caught piece doesn't even line up. He dip-dyed his underwear. Oh my god, that's crazy. What's a Baskin Robbins? How do you say it in like American English? We call it Sati-1 in Japan. Because like the B and like the R, it looks like the number 31. Basket. Yeah. Baskin. I've seen the McFarlane Toys cursed Titus face, cursed Af. No, I wanted to get the... I saw it in a store the other day, and it was basically Titus looking like he was about to fall over. Like, it's the one Titus miniature that looks like he's slipping on a fucking banana peel. Right? And I really wanted to get it, but I didn't have space for it in my bag, so fuck. I do need more Lehman Russes and Chimeras though before anything else. I am holding back so hard because I looked at my luggage space and I was like, I cannot do this unless I chuck all of my clothes into like a soft bag or something and check that in. I don't think I can do it. My accent comes out hard whenever you have to do the boss sound. It sounds very cute. Thank you. I recently had to like Google like Miwabelle on Google, right? Because I needed to find like information from my wiki page because I forgot. And apparently one of the top searches was Miwabelle accent. So it's nice to know that people don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Not all like in cat. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. I want $7,500 Gundam statue. My brother in Christ, you could sell me and I wouldn't be worth $7,500. Let's be for reals. Did you get that Royal Dorn tank? No, I didn't get the Rogel Dorn one. I got the Solar Auxilla Lehman Russ. I might get the Rogel Dorn, but I'm trying to see which one I really like first. Thought you're a Cali girl at first. I am not. This is the Minotaur. This is literally the old Minotaur. You Google it yourself? Yeah. So it turns out, like, so you know how, like, my anniversaries, like, my 3-year anniversary is coming up in, like, 2 days. I couldn't remember if it was on the 31st or if it was on the 1st. So I ended up having to Google it because I was like, man, I don't remember. Yeah, I got the 30K version. The 30K version just looks a little nicer, you know? It looks a little nicer, and I really do enjoy that. I think it's very cute. But I don't mind getting the 40K version too, but I might just get like the Rogel Dorn instead. Do you like that I think a Rust is better than the Dorn? I forgot the password to the Google Calendar. So oopsie. The insert other version looks better than 40K version. Tail is old as time. I kind of want to get the Joy Toy stuff. But are the Joy Toy stuff, like, are they, like, already painted? I think they look really nice. I know there was, like, a Rogel Dorn that was recently, like, released. I kind of want to get that, but I don't know yet. You know? They're already painted? Ooh. Their figures? Oh, okay, good. Good. 3 years so your teeth started to grow. We're just, when I say I'm just baby, I mean it. We've only been partnered for 3 years. Painted very well. Yeah, I kind of want to get the Joy Toy stuff. It might be kind of like a cop out because they're already painted, right? They're bigger than minis. Yeah, I figured. I figured that they'd be quite big, but I think that they look really nice. You know. Yeah, I think they look really nice. So I know they're figures and they're not technically like models or anything, but I think they're really cute. You know, I might get it. Also, let's get this like McDonald. McDonald. Oh my god, I hate this. I'm like thinking in Japanese again. Fuck. McDonald's. Looking ass. Space Marines. Out of here. Goodbye.
Ended up getting killed off or going into hiding, then got indoctrinated by the High Lords of Terra to become their hit squad, becoming the Minotaurs. Again, that's allegedly, and there's a lot of other theories as to how that works, but you know how it is.
Okay,
so the Raven Guard successor
color
has very
scheme is
different
really
armor,
nice.
but they go by the same name, so we don't fully know. But I do have my theories, who or what the difference between these two are, but it's probably something convoluted that could be hella explained in an ADB book. So the Death Eagle still
ADB?
exists today with this paint scheme, though I will say the older one is tits awesome. We need more pink Space Marines, dog. I
We
swear.
do!
Regardless, there isn't much left in the way of the Black Shields now, but the name still actually exists in a not so prevalent way, but it still exists. In the Deathwatch, if you are a member who forsakes the original chapter that you hail from and
that's
decide to
fucking
become
sick.
a
What the
permanent
hell?
member of the Deathwatch, you have to destroy/deface the old chapter iconography that you carry, as well as your honors, your ranks, your so on and so forth, and essentially live in shame, because though it is an option to give up your old chapter and come over here and live as a Deathwatch, it is not seen as a good thing. It is actually seen as a great dishonor and shame. The Black Shields of the Deathwatch are a very odd group of individuals, being often very sullen and not exactly happy to be around, because alongside forsaking their chapter, and thus if they run into another member of the chapter who's taken up Deathwatch service who didn't become a Black Shield, it could get a little bit awkward. They also have to give up the ability to receive any honors, rewards, medals, or ranks of any kind, and only serve at the level of veteran of the Watch for as long as they exist in the Watch. So this is basically all the info we know about the Black Shields summed up in one video. It was a bit bare bones, but I plan to break down these topics a bit more later in a bit more of a public release, but you do get some interesting lore for now as a bit of a starter kit to understand what the fuck a Black Shield is.
Why are the World Eaters important? Why
Traitor
are they
legions
important?
are always the weirder ones to cover in this series, you know? There is a degree of difficulty, as the most important part of them as a legion is the warband that contains the Primarch and the singular named Herald character. So, with the Thousand Sons, the most important warband of the Thousand Sons is basically just the Thousand Sons. It's the warband you think of. Same with like the Death Guard, the Emperor's Children, so on and so forth.
Stop! Is that a face that's like stretched out on top of his face? No! Oh my god, the Emperor's children are freaky ass! What the hell? Ugh! Also, Snow Golem Kirby, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Ugh! Why are they like this? Fucking freaky ass. Ugh. Yikes. My favorite Chaos Legion? Oh my god. Get dropkick, bro. What the fuck? Slaneshi things? No. Why are you pausing on the image? Because I had to confirm if it was what I thought it was. Oh my god. Never mind. Everything about this is bad. Okay, we're goodbye, guys.
So you can divide it up afterwards once you've covered them into similar warbands like I tend to do. But I think the best thing for me to do is to cover something a bit more complicated, but also a little bit more simple. I'm covering why the World Eaters matter as they do now, because it is important to understand why they are interesting and their impact on the world around them. I guess let's ask the basic question now. Why is it that the World Eaters are so important? Well, the answer I have for this question is pretty convoluted, but to cut to the chase, it's because they occupy a space narratively where you can do a lot with them, and it's all relevant no matter what it is. But also, it makes sense no matter what it is. So the rest of the video is just going to expand upon that idea and make a few silly jokes along the way.
Okay.
Okay? Cool. So the World Eaters are a legion that most people tend to actually have an opinion of. And what could this opinion be? The answer is as varied as the stars in the sky. Because to be completely honest with you, the answer 100% depends on the person. As when you have a group of characters whose entire shtick is basically being affixed with a device that gives them angry dementia, you're gonna have people who like it and hate it. On one hand, you have people who love it because they like the grimdark aspect of the setting and hate all this talky-talky bullshit, so why should they care about if a Marine basically becomes a barking dog with a chain axe, right? But then you have people who don't like them for the exact same reason, that as characters in the modern day, they tend to lack a degree of, well, character. Aside from Karn, there aren't really any notable characters that stick out in my mind during the modern day of 40.
Actually, I do like the concept of, like, the World Eaters. Like, I do like that their entire motivation is just that they're angry, right? I think that's really, I do enjoy it. I do think that it's not a bad, like, it's not a bad character, if that makes sense. Yeah. They just want to slaughter? Yeah. It's nothing, like, super complicated. They're just a little crazy and angry. Also, thank you for the follows on Twitch. Thank you, Hyperdeath, and thank you, Looney Lurker. Thank you. They are based. Okay. Rank the Chaos factions in terms of if a guy were to play this army, it'd be a red flag. I feel like, okay, let me look up Chaos Legions so that I know exactly what I'm talking about. They're broken and too far gone. I think that they're all red flags. You think so? All of Chaos is base, only green flags. No. And you know that's not true. And you know that's not true. Emperor's Children is definitely up there for red flag. Emperor's Children's definitely up there. World Eaters, I would say, is a green flag. This is why I'm single. Well, the word bearers are number one, the most toxic. Oh no, word bearers 100% toxic. Thousand Sons also very toxic. No, Thousand Sons are just gonna be the guys who will be like, actually. Death Guard don't shower. Death Guard don't shower. World Eaters are either gym bros or giga nerds. Death Guard literally toxic. Black Legion. Black Legion is basic. Iron Warriors. Fucking nerds. No, I'm kidding. But also fucking nerds, and we can't be friends. No one plays the Black Legion. They're ultra basic. They're basically the Space Marines of the Chaos faction. Hi. Magnus the Jolly Red Giant. Oh no, you're about to hear some word bearers. You're about to hear some Thousand Sun slander right now. Ultramarines, yeah. The Ultramarines of Chaos. The Night Lords. Oh, the Night Lords are like... I think they are the hot girl faction. Wait. Magnus was told to do nothing, he did it wrong. They were originally meant to be paladins for the Imperium, and girls originally Empop for nails. Oh no, we know. Yeah, we know. But then now we're like, if a guy plays this faction, is it a red flag? Do you mean Ultramarines? Yeah, I'm literally so dumb right now. Like, my brain is not working. I love my Night Lords, but we're becoming too popular. Can't remain niche and edgy. Brother, you basically picked the Sasuke of the Chaos Space Marines, and you thought that people wouldn't be into that shit? Like, let's be for fucking reals. I picked them before we got good books. Oh god, she's a Sasuke fangirl. I think at that point in time, when Naruto was a thing, everyone liked Sasuke because, like, he was arguably one of the hotter anime characters at that point in time. And who would be Naruto? Who's the Naruto of the... If the Night Lords are Sasuke, who is the Naruto? 40k, hi Raven. Hi Trevor, the Ultra Smurfs, the Salamanders, yeah, probably Salamanders or the Ultra Smurfs. The Night Lords are what now? They're the Sasuke of the Chaos faction. I just like whoever I thought looked cool. No, you're so valid for that. You're so valid for that. But now that we're getting into the deep lore, we're getting into the actual like deep lore. They have distinctive personalities. It was only non-human characters in Naruto that I liked. I mean, like I like the guy who can turn into a dog because I like dogs, right? But also, if I were kidnapped by like the Akatsuki and like I hurt Fang over Fang, I'd be like, well, this is my house now. You know? Do you want to, well, like, if you got kidnapped by the Akatsuki, do you want to hear Fang over Fang or Rasengan? Like, let's be for reals. Night Lords hate the Blood Angels. No, the snake guy from Naruto. That's it. The snake guy from Naruto straight up Fulgrim. It's just straight up. That's just straight up Fulgrim, bro. Like, let me see. Alpha Legion is unclear, so I guess Alpha Legion is just kind of whatever. But do people even play the Alpha Legion? Why am I not surprised that Mio likes the red flag characters? Oh my fucking god, let me tell you something. So my friend, right? So my friend and I, we were scrolling through my Hinge account, right? And I was like, what do you think about this guy? And she goes, he seems like the type of guy you'd like. And I was like, what that's supposed to mean? And she was like, well, he looks like he'd be a red flag. And I was like, what the fuck are you saying to me? I'm just a little guy. What the fuck? YouTube chat, should I put in a red flag emote for you guys? Should I put in a red flag emote for you guys? We all know what she means. Don't be in denial. Denial is a river. I am a person. Okay. Okay, well, can one of my mods remind me to put in a red flag emote for YouTube chat? We're on a tangent, never change. We are officially. Hey, be proud of me. Do you know how far into the video we're at? We are in. We started at like 1:30. We are at 1:42. We're 12 minutes in, baby. May we've already established you don't know what red is. Fuck. Are they wrong? I want them to be wrong. I want them to be very wrong. As a certain man with a pancreas said, only the weak say I can fix them. I can't fix them. You know I can't fix them. You know I can't fix anyone. God damn it. 7 times the charm? No. Miwa looks at red and only sees green. I look at red and see pink. The color of love, right? This is where I see the single girl plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Hi. Oh my god. If Miwa moves from point A to B in the same speed, she watches a video, she hasn't left her house in a decade. I'm just saying. Which chapter is this? This is the World Eaters. This is the World Eaters. Pink, the color of love and Emperor's children. Fuck. God damn it. No, don't say it like that. Wait, haha, they're not interchangeable like that, guys. No. You need the meme with the guy in the fire saying this is fine versus the fire red flags. God damn it. You guys keep calling me out. It's so funny. Like, I don't hate it. I think it's really funny, but also like, aw, man. Why fix them when you can make them worse? Bro. Dude, I had like an ex who would like yell at me all the time, and then he was like the only reason why I'm like this is because of you. And I was like, holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck's your problem? How much did Mio say I can fix them? Now I'm curious. I don't try to fix people, chat. I don't try to fix people. Your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh character is Seto Kaiba, am I right? No, it's the emotionally constipated Yusei Fudo. It's the emotionally constipated, like, Yusei Fudo, okay? I'm like all about like, oh yeah, stoic men have communication issues. My type, stoic men. It's over for me, guys. Also, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Demon. Thank you, bro. It just cuts off at A. I have no idea what your name is. Like straight up, it just cut it off at A. I don't know who super chatted, but like, thank you, bestie. They're on stoic. They're D-bags. No. Anthony, poor guy. I don't know why he cut it off at A. I'm being so for reals right now. Anthony 07's in the chat. Dude. Stoic is different, that's true. You're probably the type that looks at this and don't think you can fix it, but you can make them worse or they can make you worse. I don't know if I could realistically make a guy worse though. Like, being absolutely for reals, I don't know if I can make a guy worse. No, actually I can. I like being useful. That fully explains why you love Dorn so much. You find a way. Mio was colorblind to red. Get them addicted to Master Duel. Bro, oh my god. I don't know why, but I dated a man that I had to boost in like Yu-Gi-Oh. Like bro was like, can you boost me? And I was like, I guess. I think you like the guys who don't stop you from yapping. See, so far I'm having a fucking great time with like Nova's cat. Because I can go up to her and be like, I love you. You are perfect. You are my angel. You are brilliant and I love you. And she just looks at me. And if I said that to a guy, he'd be like, shut up. Stop love bombing me. Uh-huh. You get a guy play League that make him worse? Brother, I've dated 2 men that I met from League of Legends. It's over. What's boosting? Boosting is where like someone plays your account so that you get like a higher rank. Okay? Like I think everything in my life right now would be solved if I just got a cat. Love bombing? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have a type LOL players. Brother, what is the least toxic, like, okay, what is the least toxic game to date men from? That's the thing. What's the least toxic game? Just get a vibrating body pillow and a palette of white monster. Bestie. Bestie. So far I'm seeing nothing but red flags. I am a red flag. I'm sorry. Stardew Valley? Honkai Star Rail? No, you can't date a Honkai Star Rail player. They wouldn't spend their money on you. They'd spend their money on their number one waifu. You know how I know? You know how I know? I dated a gacha gamer guy one time, and he was like, I can't pay for dinner. I spent all of my money. Can you pay for it? And I was like, okay. But also that was our second date, so what the fuck? Warhammer 40k guys. No, Warhammer 40k guys would probably spend all of their money, like, actually, you know what? No, we could hypothetically date a guy who plays Warhammer 40k, because if you really think about it, where are they going on a Saturday night? To the club? No, they're in their basement painting their miniatures. They're not going anywhere. Right? I played in beta. I have a physical copy of LOL. Raven Bestie, you're just like me, for reals, for reals. Maybe any sports game. There's just nerds in general to the tournament. Like, where are they going? Other than, like, to paint miniatures on the Saturday night. They're not going out to the fucking club, you know? You talked about looking at pink paints on stream. Did you ever sell on one? No, not yet. Not yet. They can't afford the club. Brother, can Hearthstone players afford the club after, like, seeing the price of that one, like, mount or whatever it is, or pet? Can they afford the pet? Can they afford the club? They cannot. Oh my god. Do we date Hearthstone players now? Isn't Hearthstone very free to play friendly? I mean, hypothetically, yes, I don't think you need the pet, right? So it's probably alright, but like, wait, do Hearthstone players do anything? Oh, you know, TF2? No, TF2 is kind of ruined for me because of SketchEck. The pet's more annoying than anything. Most people don't have it. Isn't it, like, just stupid expensive? Sounds perfect for you. They just play and complain about the game. God, listening to men complain about video games is like, probably, listening to men complain about video games has probably made up about 72% of my adulthood. It's gonna be the next thing we show me a Beyblade. Oh my god, I actually did play Beyblade recently. It was very fun. Okay, it might be over for me, guys. We might just have to hop on Hearthstone. It's over. Stay away from Blizzard fans in general. Weird crowd. Do WoW players shower? 0% of men's life has been spent listening to women. You're watching me now, aren't you? Joke's on you. Joke's on you guys. What do you mean you guys don't spend your life listening to women? Are you not listening to me yap about, like, red flags right now? Rarely? Oh my god. I do shower? Okay, I'm proud of you. If you're a WoW player that showers, proud of you. You're a man from Toronto? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot that I am actually a man from Toronto. Yes, I shower. Bro, oh my god. Lamau listening. Okay, never mind. Hearthstone player shower gotta wipe some of the filthy metas away. What meta? Oh my god. That's so funny. Wait. No, what was that? What was that meme? What was that meme? Meta this, meta that, but have you ever met a girl? Or something like that? I haven't showered today, but today's only 3 hours ago. Oh, okay, that makes sense. The frequency of showering. Sometimes I get kind of horrified. Like, I knew a dude who only showered whenever he could smell himself. And I was horrified. Like, don't you get itchy when that happens? Like, don't you feel like you I don't know, don't you feel like your skin's itchy and stuff like that? Like, that's weird, right? Right? Nurgle would be proud, brother. Nurgle would be proud of everything. A trouble discerning their own scent? I guess so. I guess so. But yeah, like, having Asmongold to look up to showering as a WoW player is impressive. Bro, I think that's horrifying. You know, I've been thinking about the icks that some women give me, and the top of the list right now is unironically calls me daddy. I feel like I would call a guy daddy, but it would have to be upon request. Because, like, I would never organically call a guy that. Right? Gotta file. Yeah, you gotta file an official request. I need to have that shit in writing. Like, if I don't have physical proof of you saying call me this, I will never call you that. What about your own father? I don't have a dad. I don't have a dad anymore, guys. So we're all good on that front. What if they also call you mommy? Would that be your red flag? Yes. Because I'm not into that shit. I will perfect parry the mommy allegations. What the fuck? As someone who once didn't for like 3 months during the pandemic, shower? Oh no. Who the fuck are actually attracted to girls calling him daddy? I don't know. I know there are guys who are like that. But like, I don't know. Problems with shower, like hair and other things. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like okay, because you know I'm from Singapore. Singapore is hot. Singapore is humid. If I go out during the day and I come home, I have to shower. Because if not, I'll feel gross and disgusting and like sweaty and sticky and wet, right? So I have to shower. So it just boggles my mind that there are people out there that don't shower. Yeah. But I was like, oh my god. I don't know. I feel like I have like the most like generic names when it comes to like being in a relationship. Like I won't call you anything special. I'll just call you bestie, brother, pal, homie, my besuto friendo. Sup, nerd. I'm hearing about showers. I'm sorry. We're on a tangent right now. That's friend zone stuff. Love me some common names. That makes sense. Bro, one time a friend like asked if I wanted to go get like lunch, right? And I was like, yeah, of course, let's go get lunch. And my friend just got like dumped, right? So I was like, yeah, let's go get lunch. We can talk about your breakup. Like, I feel bad for you. We'll talk about your breakup. We went home and he was like, oh, how did you enjoy the date? And I was like, the what now? Like, the what? You're annoyed that you're being hit on? No, like, okay, if my friend is like, hey, do you want to go grab lunch? I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is a date, you know? I'm gonna be like, we're just two friends grabbing lunch. The delay, the delay on your end's kind of insane. You're all good though. Red flags galore. I was like, what are you talking about? Dude's just blind. And we don't talk anymore because I kind of went, so because my ass is also autistic as fuck, right? And I have no filter. When this guy asked me how was the date, I replied with like 5 question marks. Because, you know, I'm autistic as fuck. And I feel bad. Like, I still feel bad about it up to today. Like, I still feel bad. Did you say question mark 5 times? Yeah, I hit him with the question marks, like the huh? That's one too many? Oh, I'm sorry. You think 4 would have been like easier on his feelings? Did he have a chance? No, we're friends. It's like, okay. There are like levels of friendship where we're such good friends to the point where I can't date you because we're at that level of friendship, if that makes sense. Right? I assume this via text. Yeah. So like we met up. He talked about his like about his breakup. I was like, it's okay, you know, bestie. You know, you'll find someone else. It'll be okay. We talked. You know, we talked. And then as soon as I got home, he was like, did you enjoy the date? And I'm like, brother, what? Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Wait. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. Yeah, he thought. Yeah, he spent it talking about his breakup. So I was like, huh? Like, huh? Also, we had like, watch the video. Okay, I'll watch the video. Also, I want you to know, peak date night, chat. We had lunch at Burger King. Who in their right mind would think that that's a date? It's fucking Burger King, bro. What? Also, let's keep going, guys.
40k? Sure, we can go back to the Horus heresy and Great Crusade, and you have some neato World Eaters characters, like the Riven Hound and so on, but that's pretty early on in the Butcher's Nails doing they thing and progressively smoothing out the person's brain until they're as shiny and flawless as a Riverstone. So they do have a bit more personality.
Okay, they're kind of hot.
Currently,
what the
with
fuck?
the Corn Corruption thing, they tend to be a bit less thinky, so they are more or less frothing berserkers across the board, which can be a bit samey if you catch my drift. I know the ones that lose themselves completely either become an 8-bound or are chained up and turn into walking abominable Terminator type deals. So alongside those two individuals, you have the scholarly groups of individuals who find a degree of enjoyment in their struggles from the Horus heresy and before that. Like, there's a lot of people who genuinely just enjoy the idea that the World Eaters were secretly kind souls due to their original gene seed and being corrupted by the Butcher's Nails, but they were forced to be as angry as humanly possible, thus this kind of Greek tragedy angle to it, you know? That's kind of the category I tend to fall into, where I don't think the World Eaters are all that interesting, but they are fun in that weird sense, you know? Where you can talk about it to a friend at a local game store who's playing Coordinate Berserkers and tell them, no, they are actually really sad when you think about it. God, I love Warhammer. So, when you look from a top-down perspective on them, outside of these angles, you see a few common things pop up, and one of the major things to note about the World Eaters is that they pop up a lot. Which is weird, but it makes a lot of sense, because they range the gamut between incredibly big, massive, world-ending, system-destroying threats to minor incursion. They occupy the top and bottom niches of content really easily.
Oh.
And why is that? Well, for one, people like them, as I mentioned before. There's a lot to like about them, but alongside that, there is this concept that is a little hard to convey. So, with chaos, you kind of got to be careful, because each chaos god has been gassed up to hell and back, so much so that basically their legions are walking apocalypses. So, if the Death Guard come to a sector, they're just gonna take it, unless there is a major incursion of Space Marines in that area to fight back, because the Death Guard don't just destroy a faction, they pollute the area and make it uninhabitable for anybody who isn't a Nurgle-like cultist or demons. With Tzeentch, say the Thousand Suns show up, they kind of have a similar presence where they not only warp an area into nothing like it was prior, they mutate everything and make it pretty much unlivable for a long period of time without having to glass the entire planet because of magic radiation. The Emperor's Children are not exactly on that level, but once they get done with an area, do you honestly want that shit back? The cleanup alone would give nightmares forever. Even on the level of something generic like the Black Legion, sure, you can make them a generic threat, but major incursions are kind of the main ideal, as they tend towards being the central antagonists of the 40k setting, so whenever the Black Legion shows up, it's usually in force. But with the World Eaters, up until recently, they didn't really have a way to permanently destroy worlds in a way where they couldn't be brought back. I mean, outside making them into a Khorne demon shithole, which does happen, but that happens with every single faction, so they're not really special in that way. There is also the Angron Rage virus that happened, which actually corrupted some Primarchs Marines, that if basically you're within a certain range of Angron or his warband, you just start going to full-on chimp out mode and start throwing your shit at things. But
damn, what the fuck?
What do the World Eaters do? Like, what is their shtick that makes them dangerous? They literally just fight good. Not even range tactics. Though they do enjoy the good up-close pistol up your nose type jobby, but they prefer to get in your face with a chain weapon and just have a good time. I like to think that Andrew WK is playing in their head while they're doing it too. Just having the best time of their life, which is honestly just a good threat to anyone, as that's always something that is going to be difficult to deal with, but not impossible. See, the Death Guard, if they made a new disease you were unaware of, you kind of just lose, because you can't really treat it. With Tzeentch, well, good luck being a pile of wiggling meat because you got blasted by someone screaming penis blast. With the Emperor's Children, yeah, let's move on. With the World Eaters, if you go against them, you just have to beat them in unarmed combat, which is difficult, incredibly difficult, and sometimes impossible if you're dealing with Karn, but it's not impossible. If you're just good enough as a swordsman, you could beat them in a fight. I mean, hell, if you're good enough as a marksman and their brain is smooth enough, which in the 40k setting it usually is, you can just pick them off at a range, which won't work forever, but it will work up until a point, because Khorne represents this idea that he does not care from where the blood flows, only that it does. So you win, the Khorne Berserkers win, it doesn't matter, as long as someone wins in the end, or the fight lasts for a long time and is pretty damn cool, that's all he cares about. So that's kind of the appeal. They are everywhere, they have big personalities, and they are just really fun. But everything they do is going to be valid no matter what it is, you dig? It's kind of the opposite view of the Word Bearers, where they are both stereotypes, but due to the fact that the Word Bearers are underhanded and the World Eaters are overhanded, with an axe strike, they tend to get a lot more appreciation. Like,
I guess that makes
sense. If you had 100,000 Khorne Berserkers, doesn't matter what they're going up against, that's still going to be a massive threat on a scale that is going to be very difficult to deal with. I just think that's really cool. They kind of get a lot of love for that idea that they're basically a club that wants to do what a club does. It doesn't need to think outside the box, and if a Khornate Berserker shows up, usually you can kind of figure out what they're doing within about 20 minutes, because they're not that smart. Again, Riverstone Brains is flawless as a pro,
not them
but
calling him
it might
stupid.
just be me
He's just a
oversimplifying
guy.
this matter. They are significant in the 40k setting and important to the 40k setting because they occupy that filler space. And you want to know how I know that they occupy that filler space and are always valid? They show up in the Leagues of Votan's goddamn lore. They're that everywhere. There's a battle called the Battle of Orgvair, where they teamed up with a Nurgle warband known as the Purge and ended up fighting a section of kin-controlled space. And they actually played a significant role in the backstory of Uther the Destined, which I think is really cool.
So they're fairly recent then? Wait, I don't quite get it. So like, are they fairly recent? Cause like, or is this like a recent like update to them or something like that? Cause Votan's pretty new. They've been around for a while, but if they have lore with the Leagues of Votan, then that's pretty updated, no?
Part 13 is one of those parts where if you watch my main channel, I, at the time of this upload, released a video about things that people probably didn't know about the Warhammer fandom, community, and just Games Workshop as a whole, and its setting. And one of the things I mentioned was that the Minotaur Legion is canonically from the gene seed of Rabute Gilliman, which is neat, in my opinion, because they...
I don't hate this, but this looks like the Welsh flag. Yeah, I don't hate this, but it straight up looks like the Welsh flag. What do you guys think? Okay, goodbye, Kaiser. Thanks for being here. Needs a dragon, not an eagle. That's true, that's true, that's true. It's just a color scheme, but I don't hate it. I think in terms of the two-tone, like, Marines, this is, like, one of the least offensive. I'm not mad at it. Buzz Lightyear looking head ass. Fuck! Wait, now that you said it, it does look like Buzz Lightyear. God damn it, bestie. I can't unsee this shit now. Oh my god. Whoever said Buzz Lightyear looking ass, you are sentenced to like to get like drop kick, bro. What the fuck? All we need are the Raven Guard. Bestie Raven, do you play Warhammer? Holy. So good design. I don't hate it. I actually don't hate it. Like, surprisingly, it's not that bad. I paint but I don't play tabletop. Let's go, bestie. I fucking love... I'm like a recent convert to Warhammer, and I'm really fucking enjoying it. Holy shit.
They are one of the most significant chapters of Space Marines out there. So that being said, it was kind of an obvious inclusion for this specific spot, don't you think? So the Mentors, or as they were called in the olden days of Warhammer, the Minotaur Legion, are an odd chapter where they were included in the older editions of Warhammer,
that is so
evident
old
by
looking.
the name including Legion at one point, before they had kind of hammered out all the lore and what they can't call something and what they can call something. But in the context of the universe itself, they are actually kind of a new chapter, as new as things can be in this setting. They were made in the 26th founding of Space Marines, which, if you didn't know, we only have like 27 or 28 of them. So it is kind of funny that they are such an old chapter in terms of like the game, but in terms of the lore, they're relatively recent. It is a bit of an odd piece of information where the 40k setting hasn't been advanced up until really recently. It's been in a place of stasis until about 8th edition maybe, where the Primarchs came back, or were starting to come back. And
they came
prior
home,
to that, everything was just kind of a random war that was happening concurrently with the rest rest of the setting. The Mentors are a chapter with a storied history, even though they are such a young group of whippersnappers in regards to their lore. They are a chapter that stuck out as one of the most competent, one of the most intelligent, and one of the most efficient chapters in the entirety of all Space Marine chapters.
They finished a Primarch Pokedex at last. I'm just saying, if they release like a Pokedex, like one of those Pokemon books, like remember like back in like the day they had like those books that featured all of the Pokemon. If they had one for the Primarchs, honestly, I'd buy it. I would buy it. I think it'd be really funny. Montezuma, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Monte Basement. Welcome. Also, hi, Ascalon, hi. Dude, I kind of want something like that. Is this my tism? Am I being too tistic again? Ooh.
Let alone the ranks of Guilliman. So what separates them, and what is there to know about them? So let's cover their obscured origins and move on from there. Starting off, because of them, I learned that chapters have numbers, which is weird. Every chapter that is created is supposed to have a number, because it falls in line with the rules that Guilliman has put into place, which basically means you can only have 1,000 chapters and so on. So to keep track of it, every new chapter that's created gets a number, apparently. I have not seen any other chapters aside from the 20 legions that have existed with numbers, and also this one. So, new information to me, I guess, but I don't doubt you could probably find more mentions of chapters with numbers. But this is significant because the Mentor's chapter number is 888, which you'd think isn't important to know, but it does play into their history, as they are a chapter created to fill that spot after the prior chapter, the Star Scorpions, fell to chaos due to mutations in their gene seed and them being caught in the warp for just a smidge too long. So, with the Star Scorpions becoming a warband of the Dark Powers, the number 888 was open. And so those crazy kids who make new chapters for new purposes decided it was in fact time to fill that slot with a chapter that has fresh gene seed from the Vaults of Terra. That chapter took on the same colors as the Star Scorpions, though with different icons, and so they came to be. Now, we don't know much else about them, as they are an incredibly secretive chapter, but they are also incredibly well used. They don't trust other Space Marine chapters, as they have a very, if I want something done, I'll do it myself mentality, which basically leads to their entire chapter being a bunch of elite trained veterans that would have a relatively higher level of proficiency in warfare than other chapters at base. They use this in maximum efficiency by deploying small numbers of Space Marines with Helots, which are basically just slave plus, by their side. They also, due to their constant assistance from other aspects of the Imperium, have a higher level of technology. The fighting style of the Mentors is decided specifically based on efficiency. What is the best way to accomplish the mission at base, and how can it be accomplished? Like, one of my favorite examples is one Mentor Legion was described as a one-man army because he had 3 Helots piloting servo skulls linked with digital weapons that would fire small rounds that...
Why is he kind of fine, though? Thoughts, or am I being toxic again? Am I the problem? Is it me? How far have we gone in 2 hours? 30 minutes. We've gone through 30 minutes of this video in 2 hours. Not enough service studs? Man. Me or the red flags literally painted on. Shut up! Don't even say that to me! Ah! Is it toxic to see a baddie? Why, he kinda fine though. It's toxic to call a man fine. See, it's toxic to be as down bad as I am. Dude, there's more green than red. That's true, bro. It's literally a green flag if you really look at it and ignore the fact that there's like a big fucking red eagle on his like shoulder. Right? You're a problem, not the problem. I'm just saying, just a small red flag. It's acceptable if you squint, right? If you squint, you can barely see the red in it anyways. It's more green than anything. He looks like he'd give you a hip pat, that's it. He looks like he would not call you back. Bro looks like he wouldn't call you back. And like, to be honest, I kind of look like a chubby version of him. Bestie, no. In the morning, he would just say thanks. I think he'd give me a high five. I feel like bro would give me the high five. And leave? No, stop, that's crazy. I can't do this from my phone. I'm trying to mod from my phone, but it's not working. Oopsie. Stoic doesn't play with others. 40k sounds like your type. Fuck! I feel like this is the kind of guy, if you said I love you to, he'd be like, thanks. He probably won't take you to Burger King. Bro, at this point, I can't go to Burger King. I can't go to McDonald's. Oh my god, we said it right. Yeah, I can't go to Burger King or McDonald's. I need another man to ruin me at a fast food place so I can never go there again. And I think I will lose hella weight. You say I love you, he says I know. Bro. That's so real. That's so real. What do you mean, Miwa? ... No, don't say that to me. Have you seen? No, I haven't. The old Minotaur color scheme is traumatizing in me. No, honestly, yeah. I'm traumatized by that McDonald's looking ass color scheme.
Would just float around, but they would also feed information into an earpiece that he had into his ear as they were seeing things from those servo skulls throughout the battlefield.
Damn.
So while he was shooting his bolt gun and swinging his sword, the helots would be sending him data from the skulls while also doubling his support weapons to fire in his blind spots to help him keep on going. That is some John Wick shit right there. But this plays into one of my favorite aspects of the mentors, where essentially they have what I think is considered either a modification or a gene seed mutation, where every member of their chapter has a genius level ability to focus and take in information. Basically, they can lock in at a moment's notice. They are able to read situations at a superhuman level, even compared to the likes of other Space Marines. And because of that, it's where they get their name from. They send out squads to actually lead and reinforce other members of either Space Marine chapters or Imperial Guard regiments, leading by example. They tend to be pretty brutal killers, but in such a clinical and efficient way that it almost comes off as cold and detached. Don't get me wrong, I love the aesthetic of Marines who take pride in their defense of mankind. They are emotional and serious about everything, but I think there is a certain level of coolness that comes from Marines who kind of work like Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men, where they don't seem to be particularly enjoying themselves.
Bro,
they seem more like they're operating out of some kind of obligation. But from this comes a level of determination to see a job well done, that they will kill every last person they can until it is done and not think about any kill afterwards. It's like Doom Guy on Xanax, if you catch my drift. He's chill, but don't fuck with him, you know? The mentors are a storied chapter with a hidden history and are known for being so brutally efficient in the work that it's chilling to other chapters to witness them do their thing. And alongside that, they are known for not getting along with other chapters as they see them as less efficient than them, which
I'm just saying, the more that like Mr. Bones is talking about, like the more that Mr. Bones is talking about this, the more I'm like, that is my type. It's over for me, chat. Just at this point, just old yeller me out back, chat. Just old yeller me out back. They have battletism. Oh my god. Why is that so hot though? Guys, just take me out back. It's not worth it anymore. It's not worth it anymore. We already figured out. Shut up! Wait, don't even say that to me. Fuck.
Basically means they don't like any other chapter, and it's just degrees of annoyance at this point,
Real.
you know? So do with that what you will. This is one of those chapters I feel would benefit from thinking outside of the box if you were to try and run them on the tabletop. So, like I recommended with the Iron Snakes, I'd say if you wanted to run them true to the lore, run them with Deathwatch rules. Give individual kill teams the deck kits that you want, make sure that they have the higher tech weapons and so on and so forth, and then field them that way without needing to get the shoulder pads and whatnot. I think having those kinds of workarounds allows you to play the factions however you'd want, which is always fun. So lore aside and tabletop ideas as well aside, I just wanted to say I have a particular fondness for the mentors. I think they are really fun, and I think I like chapters that have a set of weird dogmatic practices more so than I like other chapters that tend to fall in line with what we think is Warhammer 40k. Like the Black Templars are the Warhammer 40k. They are everything most people like about Space Marines turned up to 11. Which is cool as shit, but the mentors are literally a chapter full of nerds who do nothing but read and train all day. More than any other Space Marine ever could, I should note, and because of that, they are beyond efficient at what they do. There are accounts that for most Space Marines, their days are incredibly regimented and thought out almost to a T, and they have to work within the set guidelines that they have, but they always have leisure time and free time and time to relax. But with the mentors, it's shown to go so far beyond what is normally expected of a Space Marine, where everything down to the second is planned out, and they will not break the routine unless 100% necessary. I don't even think they get leisure time for the most part. I know there is one account in the Spears of the Emperor book where the mentor's brother in question that was in said novel enjoys like an additional 15 minutes of sleep every night. So he trains harder than he's normally supposed to do, which is insane, just to make up for that 15 minutes.
I'm just saying, that's me, but if 15 minutes was 2 hours. God, these men would fucking hate me. They would, wouldn't they? They fucking hate me.
I think the mentors are super fun and deserve a new book from time to time.
And you have to do the train harder bit. Nope. I roll over in bed a little harder.
When it comes to the Death Guard, there is a lot of significant reach they have in regards to the setting as a whole, especially in modern day, as they were kind of the main antagonists of 8th edition, and with Zone Charadon being a thing, they were pretty central to that conflict as well. So, with all that in mind, who do we cover, and why are they important as a successor? Well, it's kind of easy, especially for me, because there is many different divisions of the Death Guard that make it easy for you to understand the differences between them. These divisions, or at least the larger versions of them, are the 7 Plague Vectorum. The Vectorum are the Legion's equivalent to, say, Company Plus. Each company is divided from these Vectorum, and each Plague company makes up their own kind of minor hierarchy. There's actually like an entire graph in each Death Guard book to describe how it works, but the best way to understand it is there are 7 Plague Vectorum that specialize in a very specific disease, and each of these 7 Plague Vectorum splinters out into smaller company-style warbands. It's pretty easy to understand if you don't really think about it too much. Each one of these Plague Vectorum has a leader kind of individual who takes care of basically every major need in terms of governing the rules and laws of each Vectorum. And each splinter of the Vectorum has a Chaos Lord or a minor Demon Prince or maybe even a Sorcerer sometimes in order to govern that smaller body. So to say the people at the top of these Plague Vectorum are powerful is a bit of an understatement. I don't know if we know all of them. We know one has a Demon Prince, one is Mortarion, and one is Typhus, and each one has their own Plague Vectorum to lead. But as for the smaller, minor Death Guard war groups, you have stuff like the Tainted, which are led by Necrosius the Undying, who is a very interesting individual, but we're not covering the Tainted today. We're not covering even the Anvils of Mortarion or any of the more special versions of the Plague Vectorum. The one we are covering today is called the Pallid Hand, and I think they are one of the more interesting warbands of the Death Guard. They have an outstanding bone chrome cream with rust streaks paint scheme, and the lore we do know about them is pretty interesting. So, who are they? Well, they are one of the Plague Vectorum, as I mentioned, and they are a specialized group of Death Guard who have some pretty potent tactics. See,
hey, yo, chat, what that tongue do, though? Damn. Also, good night, Demon. Good night, good night. Hi, Jojo. And thank you for the follow, Escalon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bestie, I can't read your name. It's too red. I deadass cannot read it. I'm sorry. It has maggots in it? Aw. Aw. Oh, you're right. What the fuck? Oh, never mind. Okay, that tongue does nothing. Ew.
see, where other Death Guard are kind of like, whoa, shit be upon you, and then huck a rancid bag filled with dookie the same consistency of Wendy's chili mixed with a thick coat of melted Velveeta cheese, that upon striking you splats open and you melt into a pile of sludge so rank that even the most oak of individual will tear up. The palate hand tends
that's a
to,
very, like,
what
American.
the fuck did I actually even just say?
Yeah.
Okay, sometimes my mouth goes faster than my mind does, so I'll occasionally say something and it takes a second to catch up, but man, why do I say these things?
Girl, I
Jesus,
don't
that
know.
thing hit me like a shit-smeared boomerang. But yeah. The Pallet Hand are heavy artillery-obsessed maniacs who do their best to blast you to pieces from a distance with mortar shells, tank shots, and various different ranged weapons that fire rounds that are equipped with their very specific disease. They have a ludicrous amount of Predator tanks and Land Raiders, as well as those weird funky demon engines that Mortarion made because he was jealous of other things that were the same that the Imperium had. The fun thing is, they actually will only
really
slowly
funny.
approach you. Slower than regular Death Guard, as they want their specific disease to take hold. See, they aren't like other Death Guard, where, as I mentioned, shit splat and melt you is the normal MO, but with the Pallet Hand, they have a bit of a fun disease known as the ferric blight, which, if you know a little bit of Latin, is a disease that is partially fueled by the warp, and it causes the rapid decay of metals that it comes into contact with, as well as things like ceramite, which aren't technically a metal, but I digress. They will eat their way through your arms and armor until you're basically just a mostly naked man with a useless gun, but don't think that doesn't mean you aren't going to get sick if you're not made of metal. Remember, they are the Death Guard. They aren't just coated in a thick miasma of one disease. They have so many diseases, boy, you have no idea how many diseases they have.
What?
So, once your metallic life-preserving suit is destroyed, you're now exposed to them. Because of this specific disease, they have a fun track record of actually messing with factions that normally are a bit untouchable. Like, for one, they went to war with the Titan Legio, which is usually a good way to get shit stomped into oblivion, but, well, okay, they did lose the battle against the Titan Legio, but because of the ferric blight infecting several of the Titans, they actually ended up falling to chaos and created a Nurgle-based Titan Legion war group by the name of the Rust Hounds, which is a name that, in fact, goes hard. Another side fact of the Pallet Hand is that they went up against the only faction that usually never has any real direct counters. It's usually just attrition warfare that beats them down. But this time, they oddly got hard countered by this faction. The Necron. Yeah, when your entire gimmick is destroying nothing but metal and whatnot, and you're going against an entire faction of metal dudes who can't be destroyed because they're made out of a living metal, you're kinda hard countering them. So they actually infected a few Novak Dynasty guys who ended up taking the disease back to their specific tomb world, and it's stated that they actually caused an epidemic because of this, which is really fun because, man, the Necron need more L's. No, I will not elaborate as to why. So why is it that I'm discussing these guys when I could be discussing others? Like, what makes them so significant that I had to discuss them before, like, as I mentioned, the Anvils of Mortarion, the Tainted, the Shitterlings. And that's because this was actually the first paint scheme I did when I started painting miniatures years ago. See, when I first broke into the hobby, I started with the first faction I played, which was at a convention demo, and it was Tau. And I was a big-ass fan of that faction at the time, which I learned really quickly. I did not like their playstyle. I like getting into melee, and I like being kind of crafty with a bunch of weird gimmicks instead of just standing and shooting. So when 8th edition happened, I ended up being like, yeah, I'll grab the Dark Imperium box and split it with my at-the-time girlfriend. See, she was playing Space Wolves and I wanted to mix things up a bit. So I got them thinking Death Guard would be my secondary option. Cut to me suddenly having like 10,000 points worth of Death Guard and sold all of my Tau models to another friend. I even have some third-party models to represent different things to fit my homebrew Death Guard faction. But the thing that got me the most was the original painting tutorial for the Pallid Hand that Duncan of the Two Thin Coats himself did. It stood out to me as some masterclass shit that carries a certain philosophy that teaches you a basic idea that is so interesting to think about if you think about it too much that I still use it to this day. It's such a good tutorial on how to make colors pop. Like standard practice would dictate that, hey, I'm painting a blue miniature. The miniature is kind of a mid-tone blue, so I need to shade in the recesses of the miniature a dark blue or a black so that it looks like it's shaded. So you shade with a color that's similar to the color that you're painting with, because if you shade with like a green, it doesn't look right. If you shade with a red, it looks kind of weird. But with the Pallid Hand tutorial, it taught me something very specific, that if you shade something that is especially light, like in this case, it was a coat of Screaming Skull, which is a very light bone color with a very dark sepia, it adds a completely different character to the miniature.
Wait,
and
that's kind of cool though. What the heck?
I adore the fact that it completely changed how I could view painting miniatures. And it's such a cheap and easy way to be able to just make a miniature pop. I still use this philosophy to this day, as my hands are super shaky, but I've learned how to cheat and make my miniature painting skills look way better than they have any right to. I still use this technique to this day, but in the reverse. My current homebrew Death Guard are blue trim using Cantor blue, which is a very dark blue, and main color is this kind of cream beige bone color with Rakarth flesh shaded with Agrax Earthshade, but every single pit and pockmark I color with Wraithbone and then fill it in once it's dried with a thick coat of Iandan Yellow, which is the contrast paint. It makes them look like they're glowing. Yeah, I have a terrible old ass phone. I don't have the ability to take good photos, but like this is the kind of idea that I want to show. So I love painting this. It takes a long ass time to hit every crack, but I really like painting these specific miniatures. And that was one of the reasons why I fell in love with the faction. And that's the reason why I fell in love with 40k more than I did even with the Tau. It made me realize that the game wasn't just a game, it was a hobby. And me being invested in the hobby is what led me to here. So
I want to get a shirt that says Warhammer. No, I want to get a hat that says Warhammer 40k is my life. Just to see if people will actually like respond to it. I bought a hat that says undiagnosed, but I'm pretty sure, and so far no one's ever said anything about it, and I'm kind of sad. You know? You can make one. Should I make a hat? It's more than just a game, Mom. It's not a fucking phase. This is my life, right? But honestly though, the fact that no one said anything about my new hat, I'm so sad. I would love to touch those pillows. I mean, go to sleep, bro. I don't know. If you want a pillow, you should go to sleep, bestie. They're not toys, they're miniatures. Some unfun people around you that I know, right? How the like, hi, they need like some whimsy in their lives. Bro, you wanna know something? I bought a shirt that says niche internet micro celebrity. And no one said anything about it, so I was like, aw, man. I only play the game once a year, but I paint most days. No, you're so real for that. Like, I feel like that'd be me too. I bought it because I thought it was really fucking funny. By the way. I spent way too much money on a shirt that says that. And it's not even like that fantastic of a shirt. It's just like black. It's just a black shirt with white text. But yeah. But yeah, it was like, man. Let's just keep going. Okay, we went off on a dumb tangent again. Let's keep going. I've gotten into Kill Team and spent most of my time painting. I kind of want to play Kill Team. I want to learn how to play Kill Team. I'm excited.
So, in my opinion, the Death Guard, and specifically the Pallid Hand, are the most significant faction in the game in relevance to me. Because without this game, I wouldn't be here. Without playing the palette hand and loving the paint scheme, I would have gone probably a completely different direction. And I think that's pretty neat. So I'm allowed to put a little bit of bias on them. I have a lot of criticisms for the Death Guard as a faction. I think Mortarion is probably the weakest Primarch character-wise, but I gotta say, they are really, really fun and very important to me.
They are! I'm excited.
This is supposed to be part 15 in a 20-part series I am doing covering important successor chapters in the modern setting of 40k. But like, there really isn't any important Thousand Sons successors out there other than like the group that Magnus is running and the group that Ahriman is running. I could talk about some random Siege warband, but I don't think that's what you all are here for, so instead of following my own guidelines, I'm just gonna cover a fun kind of obscure moment in the history of the Thousand Sons and then tell you about a cool thing that happened. That's it. No chapter, but I hope you enjoy this video anyway, right? And if you don't just want to hear a cool moment and you want to hear about the Crystal Harbingers and how they're the coolest successors that no one's ever heard of, well, you can lick my whole ass, because I control the flow of media on this channel here, boyo, so do with that what you will. So,
did he just say what I thought he just said? Well, chat, he's giving you guys consent. He's not giving me consent, he's giving you consent, chat. So, go for it, besties. I believe in you, kings. Yup. Yup. He did. Well, all for you guys, not for me.
So, yeah. You guys remember that time that Magnus got into a battle with the Hecatoncheires like Gestalt Consciousness Amalgamation and almost lost? Yeah, right? It's kind of cool. I don't even know what half of those words meant, but they were on the wiki, so I just decided to use them too because they sound cool. Lol, JK, don't worry, I actually did read the book involved with the thing I'm about to tell you about. But yeah, there is this joint custody occupation of a planet that happened once upon a time that was being evacuated during the Great Crusade. Basically, there was an extreme destabilization of the magnetic poles on the planet. Because of that, the world was basically being covered in endless firestorms and blizzards and shit. It was pretty dope. So Magnus the Red and his legion were tasked with evacuating the individuals who were occupying the planet. They were people who bent the knee to the Imperium, but due to some minor elements that rebelled, a Primarch was sent. These elements that rebelled were talking about how some ancient prophecy was about to be fulfilled, and that there was some massive entity, a godhead-style figure that was going to rise up and ascend this world to some kind of heaven. This entity was referred to as Shaitan, which, side note, the planet they were on was called Morningstar. You're not fucking clever, GW. I see what you're doing there. I think you should write more Leagues of Votann lore as recompense for what you just did, or else. Okay, go on, I'm waiting.
Wait, I want you guys to know.
Regardless, Magnus...
The Mr. Bones like crash outs are so fucking funny. I actually really like this.
Also wanted to get to Morningstar as it had a lot of pre-Age of Strife literature in ruined libraries that he had to psychic his way to get to, you know, warding his way through firestorms and shit in order to survive. It ended with him taking so long to evacuate everything that, as I mentioned, it became a joint effort when Magnus's BFF showed up, Perturabo, which is interesting to know that Magnus and Perty were the closest of each other's bonds, which I think is very interesting. I think there is some kind of joke, a metaphor here about Egyptians and Romans and whatever, but I'm not smart enough to make it. But if you read the Magnus Primarch book, you will see that they get along better than most other Primarchs get along, which is kind of cool. A lot of people think that Perturabo isn't even capable of being friendly, but he actually hugs Magnus in this book, which is kind of cute. There's even small moments where members of their legion start interacting and start realizing why they share a bond of some sort.
Guys, we almost forgot our true text. Peter Turbo jump scare up to 3, baby. We don't expect the Peter Turbo, but he's there. He's always fucking there for some reason. What the fuck? I thought it was Connie was BFFs with. No, apparently he's besties with Peter Turbo too. Who knows? Also, hold on a second, guys. I think I gotta pee. It's been like 2 hours, and all I've done is chug Monster. I think it is piss time. What do you guys think? Piss break? Piss break. Piss break, and I'll put some music on for you guys, okay? I'll put some music on. Be right back, be right back, be right back. How many minutes are we into the video? 42! We're 42 minutes in. Peter Turbo's his side hustle. So like what? Khan is his BFF. Peter Turbo's his like side chick. Ooh. Crazy. That's actually kind of insane though. What the fuck? Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back, guys. Why am I so sleepy? Holy shit. I drank like a whole thing of Monster. Okay, I'm like on new medication. I'm like on new anxiety medication. I'm pretty sure that shit's making me sleepy. And you guys are wondering, oh my god, why do you have anxiety? I don't know. Life. Aurelian, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you guys need to leave to eat, if you guys need to leave to do anything, feel free to do so. You didn't get your extra 15 minutes of sleep, Battle Brother? You're so real for that, chat. I want you to know every time I'm late for stream, it's because I'm getting my extra 15 minutes of sleep. Battle Brother. How long ago was a Monster? 2 hours ago? There's no way this shit's wearing off this early. What? Are you ready? In 3, 2, 1.
But regardless, they end up working together to expedite the evacuation, but terroristic elements are starting to pop up all over Morningstar more and more, saying it is the will of Shaitan for people to die on this world. Bombs, guns, and Magnus being ambushed and shot point blank with a tank shell is a lot of what happened. Magnus ended up actually doing a lot to speed things up once the world was getting closer and closer to the end. And Perturabo also showed up, which definitely put a fire under his ass to do so. With some investigations, discussions with some weird mountain wizards, and Magnus going on walkabout for a little bit, just to get some intel, of course, he found
Magnus
out
going
that
for walkies.
whatever a Shaitan is, it's a real thing and is hidden in a ship that is older than the Imperium of Mankind. Basically, the original
Oh no! Oh no! You're right! Oh god! I forgot about that bit! Thanks guys! Oopsie! If you chronically drink energy drinks, you can develop a tolerance to caffeine. Fuck! No! Oh no!
colonizer ship that was sent up to Morningstar during the Dark Age of technology was buried far into the mountains, and whoever goes up there for some reason comes back different or doesn't come back at all. So Magnus and a bunch of different Thousand Sons go up there to investigate. Upon arriving, they find a ship ancient and powerful, and inside it is occupied by an entity. A creature that is the combined minds of psychers that, due to some archaic torture method, were used to keep the horrors of old night away.
Is that just chat? A combination of minds. I think that's just you guys, right? That's like you guys, and then there's just me, you know, clown to clown communication. No way, I ran out of water. What the fuck? I thought I refilled my water this morning. Oh no. The piss break sign still on the screen? No, okay, I removed it. We're good. We're solid. We're good.
Which is why Morningstar was relatively untouched in terms of its populace. So, what did this entity look like? It didn't. It was intangible and ethereal, but it had the ability to possess any psychically gifted individual, which is really damn unfortunate that Magnus and his legion were the ones who found it. So Magnus ended up fighting against his own sons, with a few others that he brought with him who were a little more psychically powerful to fight off Shaitan. But Shaitan ended up actually possessing Magnus for like a short period and trying to force him to put Shaitan's consciousness inside of Magnus's body in order to exact its revenge on the Imperium for abandoning it.
What?
Eventually, Magnus ended up just overpowering it and then forcing it into the Book of Magnus, promising to tell its tale wherever Magnus would go. Which is cool, and also kind of proves that Magnus is still one of the strongest psychers in the setting, but it is interesting to note that Shaitan actually overpowered Magnus for a little bit there. It is interesting to note that if Shaitan actually kept control over Magnus, that would make things kind of difficult, you know, giant psychic gestalt consciousness taking over the body of a Primarch hell-bent on revenge. That would definitely overshadow Horus a little bit, and a little early. So, yeah. And, yeah, that's more or less the whole story of Shaitan. Shaitan is an interesting creature, but I see not a lot of people talking about it. I know 40k Theories talked about it a while back, but I want to bring this up and see what everyone else thinks about it. Though I suppose this is a bit of a weird place to do that, because this is a video you have to pay to watch, and not as many people are going to see it unless I release this in its whole early, and I'm not going to be releasing this entire series for another 2 or 3 months as I'm not going to think about that. That's fine. So, some final thoughts. I think a lot of people's first thought is to see Shaitan as a demon or some kind of warp entity, and I think that is both correct and incorrect at the same time. You dig? It's true that it is an entity made up of a hive mind of combined psychers, but something like that hasn't really ever been expanded upon, as the unshackled soul of a single psycher is immediately predated upon by warp beings and chaos monstrosities, so the idea that this actually exists is a bit odd. See, if there was a conglomerate of them, it would mean that the beacon for demons and demonic entities would be a lot brighter. So I like to think that this occupies the same categories as warp entities that existed before the warp was like so cloudy that it was hard for people to exist in. Like, the Eldari used to be able to resurrect and reincarnate, because the warp was just a pool for them to dive into and then come back if they went too far and died. And I remember in a few older books, which are probably not canon anymore, but in the original Emperor's backstory, he was part of the Shaman. The Shaman were this weird collective of psychers that were just early psychers for the Imperium of Mankind, and also probably a group of perpetuals that banded together in order to merge their consciousness into one being in order to fight off the demons that were slowly fight off. Wait, did we just accidentally get close to making a great value version of the Emperor? That sounds like what Shaitan was, but like ethereal and not a tangible being. Wait, if Shaitan possessed Magnus, does that mean we get another Emperor? Is that it? No, that's... We're not going to think about that. And that is going back in the vault for a little while, as I don't want to acknowledge that that is a thing.
No, that totally is a thing.
Part
like
16
100%.
means one thing, and that is the Sons of Horus, the Black Legion, the greatest of the great and the worst of the worst. And one thing that not a lot of people tend to cover is the predecessors of the Sons of Horus, the Luna Wolves.
Oh.
There isn't much of a significant difference in the two, so I kind of get why they're usually lumped into the same category. But from my perspective, they do kind of divide the era of the Great Crusade and the Horus heresy into pretty even halves. I think it is kind of an interesting thing to look at the journey they had to go on to become the arch traitors they ended up being. But yes, for those who don't know, the Luna Wolves have a weird legacy. See, with other legions, there is this idea that they either specialize in something or they are generalists. Those that specialize in something are sent on special missions that they are told they are the only ones who can do them. But with the generalists, they are usually good at everything to some degree, though not usually as peak in specific categories like the specialists are, so they are often sent on the most important and dangerous missions. Yeah, specialists tend to just be sent on busy work from what I've seen. But with generalist legions, I find that they are often sent off on the most important missions as they need to be handled with a degree of tact. So if you were to take a generalist legion and put them up against a specialist legion, most of the times the generalist usually wins, though it is oftentimes pretty close. Like, a good example is like the Ultramarines versus the Word Bearers, the Dark Angels versus the Night Lords. Kind of close in some areas, not really though, but you get what I mean. But the thing with the Luna Wolves is they are generalists, but with the skill in every area of that of a specialist. They are considered widely one of the strongest legions of all 20 for a reason. The only legion to compete would probably be the Dark Angels, but that's just because they actually have multiple divisions that are hyper-specialized in certain actions, which give them the ability to be considered generalists. The Luna Wolves, upon their inception as the first legion to have their Primarch, is one of the most interesting study topics in the early 30k setting, as they innovated several different tactics that are used by other legions, like the distribution of troops necessary to pull off the spear tip strike, where you take the strongest of your forces, put them in small pockets to lead the charge like a hammer blow to strike breaks and openings inside of enemy defenses so that the weaker and more baseline troops can make their way through the entrance.
Actually, I gotta say, I don't hate their color scheme. It's very Star Wars. I quite like it, right? Like, this color scheme isn't that bad. Now, is it? It's actually pretty nice.
The spear tip made. That was popularized and perfected by the Luna Wolves. It's used in almost every legion's tactics to this day, and a lot of chapters still use it too. Further than that is that they revolutionized how Primarchs should interact with their legion, as the introduction of Horus was like steroids to their fighting capabilities.
Damn.
They fought harder, and the command structure that Horus implemented in the Luna Wolves was used in pretty much every legion afterwards, with modifications depending on special cases, all the way to the end of the legions as a concept. So what about Horus? Well, his relationship with the Legion has always been one of keeping himself grounded and not overstepping boundaries, while still playing the part of a politician.
I kind of love these images. What the fuck is that? He went from, like, someone who had, like, whose eyes were, like, full of hope, to someone who's, like, jaded as fuck, to, like, straight up fucking evil, bro. Like, my man went through a character arc, and it shows. This is literally My Hero Academia. My god. Okay, that was a little stupid. That was a stupid comparison, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. But also, what the heck? Chaos does that to you? Chaos. He went from, if you really look at it, he went from like growing hair to losing all of his hair again. My Hero Academia. This is literally Jujutsu Kaisen. No, this is Jujutsu Kaisen. Bro is straight up what's his name? Geto Suguru? Medium Chaos is canon for hair growth. Guys, so if you guys are balding and you want to grow your hair back, you guys got to be like medium levels of chaos. Oh my god, I just laughed so hard I fucking choked. My Warhammer Academia. This is so fucking goofy. I love it. What the fuck? So be moderately chaotic, guys. Don't be crazy. Be like average level chaos.
He even adopted an accent from Chthoniya, the home planet of his legion that he doesn't even have. I remember him saying it was a slightly rural accent by choice so that he would appear a bit more trusting even to the upper echelons of the gang society from Chthoniya. He implemented this idea of the Warhammer in order to keep himself grounded, which is super interesting as the purpose is to have 4 captains, or ranking officers, who all have opposing opinions, especially towards Horus, so that he could always have dissenting ideas that would help him make more informed decisions on topics. Each of them representing the waxing and waning phases of the moon, and thus the differences in personalities between each of them. It's pretty fun, and the ideas present are actually pretty concrete. Sure, the rough and tumble members of the Luna Wolves are a bit gang-like, but that's to be expected. So, what is this video even about? What I just discussed is an important aspect to them, but it kind of describes them in their entirety from all the information that we know. Well, the tagline of this video kind of plays into that, and it's the importance of names and symbols. See, the Luna Wolves were a bunch of Marines that worked with their Primarch Horus, but unlike every other legion at that point, the name had only been of marginal significance. See, with the Space Wolves, their naming conventions were based off of the Wolves of Fenris, as well as Leman Russ, who was the wolf from space. The Night Lords got their name from, well, the fact that their leader is the Night Haunter, who is also a Lord of the Night. The White Scars are called as such because they all share the same scar as their Primarch Jagatai, as a show of solidarity, of course.
Right.
So, with the pacification of Ulanor as a form of status symbol for the Luna Wolves, Horus was recommended to rename his legion as he was being placed at the head of all the other legions and being considered the Emperor's delegate in order to handle all affairs outside of his area, which would be the title of War Master, as we all know. And thus, the Sons of Horus were born, with the symbol of the Eye of Horus, which I think was the downfall moment for the Luna Wolves, as it removed the idea of Horus being a leader to his people, but still wanting to be a part of their society, and replaced it with Horus wanting to be a tyrant who is in charge of every single one of his legion with an iron fist. It's when the Sons of Horus were born that the legion began its true descent into the madness that inevitably would create the Black Legion. Its utter decay at the hands of Horus is incredibly interesting, I will say. It's why I find the Luna Wolves to be such an interesting idea, as they represent a style of legion change that you don't often see.
Are we saying
the only
that
time
Horus
you
did
can
a
even
fucky
compare it is to when a Primarch discovers his legion for the first time and changes their name, like how the Revenant Legion became the Blood Angels, the Star Hunters became the White Scars, and so on and so forth. But to have a name change so late in the game for the setting is almost unheard of. I don't think it's ever really happened to other legions, so it's left such an interesting impression. I know that some authors and readers of the fiction actually have this kind of relationship with the Luna Wolves as a whole. One of my favorites, and one of the best examples of what I'm talking about the difference between the Luna Wolves and the Sons of Horus, is that Aaron Dembski-Bowden's significant other was kind of a fan of the Luna Wolves as they were getting into the fiction of the Horus heresy. So much so that they were a bit sad to see them turn into the Sons of Horus and see the downfall of it. So ADB, being ADB, B used his weight at the company to add some lore to his successor chapter of Dorns in order to make them functionally the Luna Wolves in the modern setting. Which is also funny because canonically, I'm pretty sure the Shadow Wolves, which is the chapter I'm talking about, also are like completely wiped out, though.
So you're telling me that if I want to majorly influence Warhammer lore, all I have to do is fuck a writer? Is that what I'm understanding? It's that easy? Oh, okay. I see. Biggie told Horus Arena and then he actually said no, but eventually reluctantly said yes. Probably not. I guess. Okay, who's gonna take one for the team and test that shit out? Who's gonna take one for the team and get Dorn back for us, guys? Who's gonna do it? Can someone in the chat, like, get Dorn back, like, tomorrow? This is so fucking funny. This is so fucking funny. Like, as I was listening, I was like, wait a second. Huh? So you're telling me that, like, one of the strat is to basically... The strat is to basically marry a James Workshop writer to bring our favorite Primarchs back? Best they can do is add to the Peter Turbo jump scare. Let me tell you guys something. If all of a sudden they bring back like Peter Turbo, but like they bring back Peter Turbo times like 1 billion, that's when I know one of you guys has successfully like married a James Workshop author and you're fighting against me. That's when I know. Either that or get a job at James Workshop. Okay, but hear me out. I think it'd be easier to marry the writer. I think it'd be easier to marry the writer than to actually become a writer. Is this what they call female manipulation? Wait. Is this what female manipulation is, chat? Oh my god. He has shown up in more recent books than Dorn. Oh my god, that's how I know one of you guys are secretly sleeping with James Workshop's raiders. You don't have to be female. Oh, you know that's true. Sorry, is that just manipulation? Do you realize how many wars have started fighting over women? Like, canonically over history or in Warhammer 40k? Because I was led to assume that women are not super big in Warhammer 40k. Real history? Oh yeah, no, yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. But also, man, it's spousal manipulation. Oh. For me, it'd be easier to become a writer since I had teachers who said I could become a writer, so I went towards the teacher's route. Brother, I barely speak English. I'm gonna be for reals, I barely speak English. I think that the solution would be to be a hoe at James Workshop. Funny thing is that now that he's a demon Primarch, he actually has kind of chilled out. Before he got juiced up on chaos, he became more chill. While your English is really good though, I can't speak like the, oh man. A lot of the times, and I'm ashamed to say this, but a lot of the times before like send out official emails, I run it through like Grammarly to make sure that my grammar isn't bad. Peter Turbo's also led by he's in the war, but the other Chaos Primarchs weren't dead. Meanwhile, Dorn is missing his face, and no one bringing back Peter Turbo's more likely. Guys, one of us needs to take one for the team and bring Dorn back. Like, one of us needs to fucking do it. I don't know. ChatGPT makes me sound British in this email. No, you want to know something? So, like, because of how okay, when I type to people, right, I tend to sound very, like, overly formal because I want to make sure that my intentions are being conveyed properly and not, like, being misconstrued, right? So, I've been told a bunch of times that the way that I type, like, when I'm being very serious and very formal, it sounds like I'm using ChatGPT. And I'm like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? Hi, bestie. The next Primarch is Leman Russ. Okay, I actually like Leman Russ. Shut up. Okay, you guys already roasted me for the way that I type. You guys have already done it one time. Where are we gonna do that again? Maybe one day. Can you give us an example of how you speak formally? Okay, when I'm talking to you guys, and if let's say one of you guys are telling me like, oh yeah, you know, I just broke up with my girlfriend, you know, I'm feeling very sad, and this is like a serious topic, right? I would, in terms of speaking, I'd be like, oh no, bestie, I'm so sorry that happened to you, you know, like, that's so unfortunate. Things will be okay, you'll get better. But then, like, but when I'm typing to, like, a friend, it will be like, I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope that you understand that this breakup is not a reflection on you, and it is a reflection on the way that you were mistreated in your relationship. Please don't feel discouraged by please don't feel discouraged by everything that has happened. It is obvious that they did not deserve you. because I'm like scared to, like, you know, because I'm scared to sound like, you know, I'm being like really flippant and like stupid. So so I've been told a bunch of times that it sounds like ChatGPT. It sounds like you're reading from a script. I'm literally spitballing this off the top of my fucking head right now. When you react to most disturbing moments in 40k, I will have to see. I'm not sure when. Maybe during Halloween we'll do like a spooky Warhammer month. To end, yeah. Like, that's what I mean by, like, I sound incredibly formal when I'm talking about serious topics. That people kind of hit me with the, you sound like you're using ChatGPT. And I'm like, oh, yeah. Why do you go ooh voice? Because on stream I am more ooh than anything. But also Grammarly kind of doesn't help whenever I'm like trying to be very serious and formal, so I sound like a robot. It is so bad. It is genuinely really bad. I don't quite know how to fix it because, like, I took so many like business, like, English classes. That's a thing that we kind of have to learn. It's like formal British, like, not British, formal business English, where, like, when you're engaging with people from, like, across the world, you speak in a more formal way. That way, you know, like, that way it sounds, you know, more professional. And I still kind of have that in me. I would like a very formal compliment, Miwa GPT. Shut up, I'm not Chat GPT. Huntail, I think that you are a fantastic individual and that you are a very hardworking mod. Please keep it up. I have no notes. Thank you very much. I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I can't do. The business English classes are killing me, man. I can never talk to normal human being ever again. Honestly, not the worst problem to have. At least you won't be misunderstood. No. That's the thing. The problem is that this leaks into like my personal life too. When I'm talking to like my friends about serious like topics, and then it just sounds really like formal and like distant, and it's so weird. Formal Miwa scares me. Thank you. It scares my friends too. Miwa's like an android from Detroit. Like Detroit become human. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe AI can replace me. Maybe AI can replace my brand of stupidness. Can't talk to normal person, so you're good for the robot overlords. Honestly, hey, I'm just saying, I can't find a job with the people. Can the robots hire me? Mio's replacing AI instead. Fuck, you're right. Maybe you're actually an Adeptus Mechanicus. Maybe that's why you guys watch me. Thoughts. You could make a prompt describing yourself on ChatGPT and choose a tone for the message you're sending. I haven't actually tried anything like that yet. Like, I haven't actually tried like experimenting with ChatGPT or anything like that. So I honestly couldn't say. But yeah, no, I keep getting hit with the you sound like you're reading a script from ChatGPT a lot, and it's like really bad sometimes. It's really bad sometimes, and I'm like, oh, I'm trying to be I'm trying to be kind to a person, but it sounds like I googled how to comfort someone. It's bad. It's not good. Let's keep it going, guys. Aw, man.
Oh, they probably got a Primarchs chapter in the Ultima Founding, but I digress. So, with the Luna Wolves being mostly dead, there is some representation, even in the modern day. As I'd be fucked to even remember this, but I remember there being a short story involving a stasis pod being recovered that had a Luna Wolf frozen in it, who was actually a member before the Sons of Horus got corrupted, which is kind of interesting, but I doubt it's ever going to get any elaboration, as he was just some random dude. There is also the matter of Garviel Loken, who refused to identify as a son of Horus.
This is the Horus Rising guy. Yo, actually, why is he kind of fine? Excuse me, he still has his hair and everything. Why is he kind of fine, chat? Thoughts? It's the Horus Rising guy. I remember Gar. How do you say the name again? One of the big issues that I have with reading English names is I don't know how to pronounce it. So like, I've just been calling him Loken because Garviel. I've been pronouncing it as Garviel, like Garfield, but with a V. The red flag is the center of his chest on this one. I don't see it. It's pink to me. That shit is pink and orange, chat. It's not red. In the far future, names get weird. Loken is awesome. Is Loken a red flag? Thoughts? I mean, he's kind of got that like chin strap thing that I'm not a huge fan of. But also, someone in chat said he's very vanilla. Someone in chat did say that he's very vanilla, and like, I don't know how I feel about that. Is he vanilla? He kind of fine though. Ooh. Like, damn girl. What the fuck? Loken has daddy issues, so kind of a red flag. Okay, but who doesn't have daddy issues? Let's be for fucking reals. Who doesn't have daddy issues in this chat? He's the last good Luna Wolf, so a green flag. He has bat facial hair, but he's a good guy. Could we convince a man to shave his facial hair if it's really ugly? Isvan the Third kind of messed with his head. Okay, he has trauma. I have trauma. I know my dad's great. Okay, well, you know, everyone who has no daddy issues, good for you. I'm proud of you. I'm really proud of you. Gaslight him? You want me to gaslight a man into shaving his beard? Okay, thoughts on like what the ugliest like facial hair is like. Thoughts. Some of these people have really fucking ugly ass facial hair, and like, what do you think's like the worst? Mutton chops? Oh no, oh no, oh no. No, mutton chops are really bad. Mutton chops are really bad. Like, I'm being so for reals right now. I could not talk to a man with mutton chops. I think that, honestly, I think mutton chops are a very American thing. Because I've seen so many people rock them in America. I have not seen them in Asia whatsoever. Unless they're like tourists. But I think it's a very like American thing. And I saw so many at like this one card store that I went to, and I was like, oh no, I'm scared. Anything without a mustache seems wrong to me personally. No, you're so right. No, you're actually so right. If you have a beard but no mustache that links it all together and it's just kind of like floating on your face, I hate that too. Asians generally can't grow facial hair. Yeah. Maybe that's why I'm not a fan of like the really weird like facial hair. Just a mustache by itself is pretty bad. Except the long flowing beards of wise men. No, but you know what Asian men can have that I also kind of don't like? Long eyebrows. And when I say long eyebrows, I mean like for some reason, like I know some Asian dudes where like the ends of their eyebrows are long. And they don't like trim it or anything, so it's just growing like down the sides of their eyes, and like it's just kind of gross. And I'm like, sir, did you look in the mirror this morning? Overprotective mothers. You know, sometimes when with like most of my Asian exes, right? I may as well have just dated their moms. Like, going out with the man was a mistake. I should have just dated their moms because they can't make a decision without their moms. So, you know, should have just wined and dined their moms instead. Fuck it, you know? They're trying to become wise old men. Bro, I think it's so ugly. Like, actually, I think it's so ugly. What if you tried to grow facial hair? Like, me? I don't think I have it in me to grow facial hair. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a woman. I don't think I have it in me to grow any facial hair whatsoever. But you're a man from Toronto? I am still not a man from Toronto. Are we talking Southeast Asians or people from like China? I think both. I mean, like, there's always like the genes, right? Skill issue? What the fuck do you mean skill issue because I can't grow facial hair? Sir, I am a girl. Skill issue? What? Not with that attitude. Why do you want me to grow facial hair? Bro, that one picture that I took, right? Someone was like, you have leg hair. And I'm like, brother, what? I've had that shit lasered off ages ago. I don't know what you're on about. Like, that's crazy. And you guys want me to grow facial hair? Skill issue is insane. Use those extra 15 minutes each day to grow facial hair. Oh my god. We want for Miwa is insane, guys. All people have facial hair? Yeah. Okay, I know a lot of women try to like trim the hair off of their faces. Like, okay, skin naturally has hair on it. And people try to like shave it off. But like, why would you do that when the hair grows back like stronger and thicker, you know? Like, that's crazy. Mira about to look like a bear once her hair starts growing. Guys, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. She's got the height, now she needs a beard and she'll be a perfect dwarf. Thank you, guys. Thank you for calling me a dwarf again. Bro, what the fuck? Gotta keep it long and thick like a real woman. I'm sorry, okay? I got that shit lasered off ages ago. I had to get it lasered off for work. Mia's about to look like PS1 Hagrid. Would you still watch me if I look like PS1 Hagrid? Thoughts, guys? She has the capitalistic tendencies. I have no idea what that means. Who's like doing the smiley face? Who's doing the laugh emoji in YouTube chat? We need to talk. We need to talk. I watch more. If I look like a dwarf, like PS1 Hagrid, does laser hurt? No, it's just hot. If you did, maybe you look wise, Ev, so maybe I carry some crazy wisdom. Bestie, I don't think like enriching a beard has anything to do with my brain cells. Let's be real. SK, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in. Hi, guys. Raiders, my chat wants me to look like PS1 Hagrid. My chat thinks that me coming back looking like PS1 Hagrid is really, really funny. She's the right height. Shut up. I'm really tall. You are a little guy, but it's okay, bestie. We're all little guys here. Yes, please, Ubu. Oh my god. PS1 is bat tech, at least PS3. Jeez, what do you guys take me for? Oh my god. The beer captures extra O2 for the brain. Oh, wait, are you saying I'm brain damaged because that's crazy? Aaron, the Lich King, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Miwabelle, and right now we're talking about facial hair because chat thinks that if my IRL self look like PS1 Hagrid, they watch me more. But I think you guys are fucking lying to me. That's crazy. What the hell? Dude. No, we're not getting a beard toggle. We are not getting a beard toggle. You don't look like PS1 Hagrid. He has bigger boobs. What? Stop. What? Stop. No, wait. I need to process whatever the fuck you just said to me. No. Chat never lies. What are you saying? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Ah. We all have attainable goals. Yours is PS1 Hagrid. You guys wanting me to look like PS1 Hagrid's fucking crazy. I'm just saying. You guys are wild as fuck. Oh my god. Congratulations, you have stun locked me. I don't know how long I've been stuck with this 3 feet dwarf and I'm hardly here. Okay, I am like 4'11", okay? As men, you guys should know, those inches do matter. So what the fuck? Stop trying to take like my height away from me. Like, excuse me. Sure it is dwarf. I'm 4'11". What are you even saying to me right now? In centimeters, please. I am 150 centimeters tall. What the fuck? I wish I had 11 inches that mattered. Bro, oh my god. 11 inches is insane. Anything less than 5 might as well be. Oh my god, I'm just Asian. Shut up. I'm straight up. I'm just Asian, dude. What the hell? I'm just a girl. I'm just an Asian woman. Bro, did I tell you? I have a friend that's like 6 foot tall. And we were at like a tournament, right? And they used my head as an armrest. And I was like, what the fuck is your problem, bitch? My wife is taller than me. You're so real for that. You're actually so real for that. Curse of Asian mom height. You know what? You know what scares me? If I dated, if I like married like someone that's like really tall, right? Would my children be taller than me? But also, I don't know if I want to date someone that's really tall because, like, wouldn't that be, like, neck pain? And, like, wouldn't that just be, like, neck pain, like, 90% of the time? You need the tall genes. Depends on if they inherit your dwarfism or not, Raven. What the fuck? Why is Raven out here with the fucking steel chair? Oh my god, I am falling down like I am Shield Roman right now. What the hell? They could carry you around? That's crazy. Why neck pain? You don't have to bend down anymore? What? I have to look up at bro and be like, blame them? I do blame them. I do fucking blame them. What the hell? I'm taller than both my parents. All my cousins are taller. You want to know what's a crazy thing? I'm the shortest in my family. My mom and dad are taller than me, and my sister's also taller than me. So, like, I don't know whose genes I got, but my genes did not work hard. I'm 5'8". Even my little brother's taller than me. Dude, my sister is probably like 5'3", 5'4". And I'm like 4'11". So, damn, family stole all the height from you. Okay, but guess what? My sister's flat as fuck. So I stole that from her. Huh? Take that. But in like the Phoenix Wright kind of way, you know? Lawson 6'1". Okay, shut up. Okay, shut up. Everyone who's taller than 6 foot, one day, out of nowhere, you're gonna get fucking drop kicked by an Asian woman, and you will know. You will know. It's me. It was me all along. So, like, watch out, bitches. Like, watch out, bitches, if you're over 180 centimeters or 6 foot tall. You will be dropkicked one day by a random Asian woman, and you will understand. My parents joked that I was adopted because I'm 6 foot and they're all 5'4". What do you mean nice? What do you mean nice? You want to get dropkicked? Last time I got dropkicked by an Asian woman, she was too tired to do anything, just bounced off. Man, I'm safe. No, Raven, not like this. Space Marines are 8 feet. Why are they so sexy then? Fuck. Why are they too tall and sexy at the same time? This sucks, guys. I need my Space Marines men to be shorter. Can you imagine being assaulted by like a 4'11" Asian woman? Would you even report that to the police? Could you report that to the police? Wouldn't they be like, bro, what the fuck? Just go Voltant? Man! Man, what the fuck? What are you saying to me in this very moment? They won't believe you. You got reported. If you report being attacked by a garden gnome. That's That's crazy. That's so crazy. What do you guys mean easy flick away? Oh my god. This sassy child attacked me. Most Space Marines are apparently horrifying or at least unsettling to behold post-human dread. Girl, nothing will stop this thirst. I come back, Neo's still staring at this picture. It's not my fault he's hot. It's not my fault he's fucking sexy, chat. If anything, it's the fault of the artist. How long can this rose cut? No! It's like those shorts when you see someone small do a shot and then it cuts a grape flying across the screen. Oh my fucking god. Do you want to know something? Every time my friends and I talk about going to like an amusement park, we have to look at the height requirements. Because most of the parks in America, I can't ride the rides on because I'm too short. It's so fucked up and evil. It's not my fault that you guys are stupid tall. Security, there's a child at the off-Kai booth messing with their merch. What? Get a booster cushion? Yeah, minimum safety height. That's so bad. Girl, oh my god. See, like, we were talking, right? And one day, like, Nova was like, I'm too tired to drive. And I was like, okay, I can't help you with that because I don't have a driver's license. And she was like, no, girl, I don't know if you can reach the pedals. And I was like, oh. Oh. Diego, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Aw, man. What do you mean F in the chat? No! Have a nice meal, guys. You probably do 0 physical damage, but probably insane psychic damage. Oh my god. I'm gonna RKO you guys. You didn't drink milk as a kid, that's why you're so short. True! Do you remember that one day, okay, I don't remember if I told YouTube chat this, but when I went to Nats, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals, right? I had a very mini incident. Where I got to the Airbnb first. So my friends were supposed to be there, but they got stuck in traffic. They were driving up, okay? So I got to the Airbnb first. The Airbnb host, they weren't in, but they said that they left the key on like a hook, right? And the hook was like was by the door. All I needed to do was just get the key off the hook. So I went and I looked at it, and then I realized, guys, look at where the hook is. Do you see where the key is? Do you see where the key is, chat? So I had to message my friend to be like, hey, we have an issue. I can't get into the Airbnb. I can't, like, I cannot get into the Airbnb. The key's a little too, high for me. And this was me, and I want you to know, this was me on my tiptoes, in heels. My arm is not long enough to reach the fucking key. Get a chair. There were no chairs. Is the issue. So it was a little like, oh fuck, what do I do? And my friend was still stuck in traffic. So they were like, they had to message the Airbnb host to be like, hey, our friend is here, but she can't get in because she can't reach the fucking key. how short are you? I am 4'11" or 150 centimeters. So the Airbnb host replied with, this has never happened before. We'll see what we can do. So they called a neighbor, and the neighbor came over to get the key because I could not reach it. And the neighbor was like, are you the one that's having an issue? Oh, that makes sense. And I was like, man, what the fuck? And then that night, when we got back to the Airbnb and the hosts were just like sitting around in their house, right? The Airbnb host looked at me and went, are you the one that was having issues? That makes sense. And I went, what the fuck? What do you mean this makes sense? America just puts things up too high. I blame you guys. Honestly, I blame you guys. I think that the root problem is that you guys are too tall. Were they wrong? No. No. But also, why the fuck is it so high? We can reach them though. Okay, but I like blame you guys anyways, cause you know you guys are too tall. That's like on you guys, man. Do you need one of those extended grabbers? Yes. Cause you're short? No, I know I'm short. I know I'm short. I know I'm short. Guys, it's not my fault that I'm the height that I am, okay? I blame you guys for being way too tall. It's on you, not on me. Trust. You'd never survive in somewhere like Norway? Yeah, well, you guys wouldn't survive if you came to Asia. You guys would smack your head on doors and everything. So, you know, sucks to be you guys in that aspect. But also, Norway would probably kill me. Like, everything would probably be way too high. She hates us? I don't hate you guys. I just realized I'm more than a whole foot taller than you. This guy on Hinge offered to give me uppies once, and I was like, bro, no. What the fuck? No. How do we go from Loken being fine to making fun of Miwa's height? I don't know. But you want to know something? You want to know what's a crazy thing? When I was at the Yu-Gi-Oh event, I got elbowed in the head like 4 times. Because it was so crowded. Like a bunch of people unintentionally like fucking elbowed me in the head. And I was like, sir, my brain cell. Would you say yes to uppies if it was Dord? Yes. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. Bro, she truly is armrest height. Shut up! Everyone uses me as an armrest. Not even funny anymore. Oh my god. The other day, like, one of my friends, like, was, like, pressing down on my head. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And he was like, I'm trying to squish you so you become shorter. I was like, this is some fucked up and evil bullshit that you are planning right now. What the fuck is your problem? I'm the baby, and the baby carrier Dread Knight is crazy! No fucking way! On the bright side, uppies will never be out with you around. That's insane too. Guys, what if I get like hit trauma from like being used as an armrest? Nova Asuj can give you uppies, would you let her? I don't think she would, but I would let her. Dude, we were having like this major issue because like the fire smoke alarm went off and neither one of us could reach like the smoke alarm, so we just let it like beep. It's insane. Why is shit so high in this country? Imagine if Mio was half a height of a normal door. I bought a t-shirt in America. It was size S. That shit goes all the way down to my thighs. It's not good. Like, I am not built for this country, I don't think. It's possible headphones change the shape of your head and hands are heavy. I feel like after years of gaming, I have the Tyler 110. I honestly feel like maybe I have the Tyler 110. You only come up to the lowest part of a Space Marine's hips. I checked. Jonah! Thank you for the super chat, but what the fuck? Ah! What the fuck? Guys, we're gonna continue the video. This is too much for me now. This is too much. Turns out I'm not just short. I might have a Tyler 1 dent in my head, and that's a scary fucking thought, chat. Curious for the people who are tall. When you talk to short people, do you pick them up or grab them by the throat so you can be on equal footing? That is crazy. Guys, don't play fucking video games. You will get a Tyler 1 dent. This is so bad. Oh, man.
And chose to remain a loyal son of the Emperor as a Luna Wolf during the Horus heresy, even while fighting other members of the Sons of Horus, which, again, is super interesting and incredibly complex.
Damn.
The importance of naming conventions and symbols cannot be understated, as in general, you need to have a symbol to rally behind if you are a soldier, which is why with the Luna Wolves, the icon of the wolf and the Emperor was the symbol, but with the Sons of Horus, it was Horus and the Eye of Horus, which kind of goes to show the shift in mentality as they changed over to the side of chaos. I think the Luna Wolves are cool as shit and have a little bit of modern day representation, as there is a faction of Sons of Horus successors that exist as a warband in the Eye of Terror that have taken the old Legion's colors, if I'm remembering correctly. Other than that, you just have the Black Legion, but Black Legion can kind of suck from time to time, so there's that.
How make a word bearer's warband? Ooh.
I will always play my hand pretty early when it comes to things that I don't feel 100% confident about. I have done a decent amount of research into the word bearers, though I definitely think I need to cover them a little bit more, but likely at a later date as I'm in the process of reading more and more about them. To be honest, from what I've seen, they don't seem to be a legion that was divided up too much by the fracturing of the Horus heresy, though they may be divided into smaller groupings. In terms of warbands, they aren't really that different from one another. They still follow the same core teachings as the main legion, which makes it hard to talk about any of the supposed warbands without saying the exact same goddamn thing copy and pasted every single time I speak about them. So with that in mind, there's a few options I can go here. I could go the route of one of my favorite videos, which is the Promethean Kings, though I can't abuse that meme of a video archetype because it would get a little stale after a little bit. So,
I guess so.
What is another option? A good old theory crafting video. Basically, I want to discuss a few things about how to make your own warband for word bearers. This is partially inspired by Wes Hammer, that beautiful beard with a man attached to it, and his video about what it's like to be a traitor space marine, though he was mostly quoting a post by, I believe, Aaron Dembski-Bowden. It's still a good video and I'd recommend watching it. So, good on him for making something that inspired me. Gotta pay my dues every now and then, but regardless, what is there to know about making your own warband? A lot, and not much at all. People often come to me behind the scenes to ask advice for how to make a homebrew, and honestly, I'm kind of shitty at it. Like, for real, I am pretty bad at it. At least I think I am. So, to make this video a bit constructed, let's divide this into 3 segments. These segments are how I tend to make my own homebrew if ever I have a gun to my head and I need to actually come up with something. So these 3 parts are going to be the research, the theory crafting, and the end result. So let's start with the
Girl,
research
I
part
don't
of
think
things.
I could ever
When
do
it comes
something
to
like this. I'm gonna be
Warhammer
for
and
real.
research, I tend to occupy the basic idea of you know only what you really need to know. So doing research into the word bearers can be as deep as the ocean or as shallow as a puddle. You can make things be as fantastical as you want, or just hone in on a single detail about the Legion or a Legion that you want to expand upon, which is what I tend to do. So let's pluck a random bit. So in the days pre-heresy and a little bit post-heresy, there was a lot of emphasis in the word bearers' chapter structure, with each chapter of word bearers being dedicated to a different set of ideals and identities. In the modern day, there are still the smaller chapters that tend to adhere to the regular doctrine that the rest of the Legion does, but they do have slight differences, though
What is
it's
the slight
become a bit more
difference?
homogenized as things have progressed. One key piece of information I tend to love is that a minor cult that has arisen from this chapter structure in the word bearers are referred to as the Anointed. You can be pulled from any of the word bearers chapters or warbands or just divisions and be put into the Anointed, as they are kind of a smaller organizational, categorizational, cult-like thing in the Legion that kind of supersedes everything. They are the elites. The best way to think of them is essentially just
kinda
the
hate
first
that.
company elites you'd see in other regular loyalist chapters. These individuals wear relic Terminator armor and are often equipped with the best weapons a Space Marine can have. They are pretty high on the do not fuck with list side of things. So we researched the Anointed, and we now have an idea. This idea is going to be based around the elite Terminator cult that exists in the Word Bearers hierarchy. On to the next part. Now that we have kind of an idea of these elite Terminators and know that they are the most hyper-dogmatic and religious of the bunch, we need to pick some themes and an identity for them. The
Dude,
main
what if I just
theme
want
that
mine
the
to
Word
be, like,
Bearers
pink
are
and
known
based on
for
vibes?
is zealotry and dogmaticism, which I am only about 80% certain is actually a word. So let's hone in on that. What if our Word Bearers warband is based on a small group of Anointed that branched off from the main group of the Legion, as they viewed the main Legion itself as losing their faith? Or maybe they were worshipping the wrong faith. Wouldn't it be cool if the warband in question, instead of worshipping all the gods and being chaos undivided, worshipped only one? Let's make it simple. Slow-moving, hyper-durable, long-lived Terminators, let's say they decided to jack this ability up to the maximum due to them making a pact with good old Papa Nurgle. Let's
Not
say
Papa
that the
Nurgle.
small group of Terminators from the Anointed that branched off to form a Nurglite cult is only about 5 of these Terminators. So with 5 essentially Chaos Lords in charge, they still need an army of some sort. So where do they get it? Do they take them from other Renegade chapters? Probably not. Fun fact, the Word Bearers are pretty goddamn hated across the board as being rather annoying to work with, as they will pretty much screw over anyone in a heartbeat if it means gaining favor with the dark gods that they serve. So what would their
Yikes.
army be? Humans, mortals. It's common knowledge that the Word Bearers tend to collect mortal followers in the form of cultists in order to seed cults across the Imperium. So if this small group of 5 Nurgle-worshipping Terminator lords seeded plague cults across the universe, they would just have a bunch of Nurgle zombies that could sing their praises and spread their doctrine as far as they would like. It isn't uncommon to have off-Legion worship of specific gods. You don't need to be a Death Guard member to worship Nurgle. A good example is the Purge, which is a small Nurglite warband of chaos-corrupted loyalist marines in the
I
modern
guess
day
so.
that have nothing to do with the Death Guard. So why not key into that theme of them spreading lesser diseases in order to grab more and more followers rather than spreading diseases that would wipe out an entire population? They could have hordes and hordes of plague zombies, poxwalkers, and lesser demons. It would be pretty neat, as there is also a precedent for the followers of other cults of word bearers to use the zeal of other followers to clog and dismantle Space Marines. Think of it similar to that of ants dismantling a spider. They tend to understand that the biggest weakness a Space Marine has is multiple bodies climbing all over them. Even if they're weak and soft, a Space Marine can only move so fast and kill so many. So unfearing men who are not afraid of the shock and awe tactics of a Space Marine are dangerous. Take that same concept concept, give them a disease that could actually possibly harm a space marine, and you're kind of in business there. So we have a bunch of ideas that were kind of thrown out there.
So this is just basically your own OC then? So, okay. Maggie Germon, hi. Also Sakura Rose, thank you for the follow, and hi bestie, hi. So homebrew chapters are just your own OCs. He's just making Death Guard, but like, I just thought this was really, really, really OP sounding. But then, if everything in Warhammer is OP, then nothing's really OP, huh? Ah, okay. That makes sense then. With its own backstory and tactics. Okay, so what if I want my warband to be pink and all they do is vibe? Across are OP. Brother, everything in this universe is OP. Like, straight up everything. Can you think of one thing that isn't, like, insanely OP? I can't. I think they're all, like, dumb. You love Lucius? No, I wouldn't. I know who Lucius is. I know I wouldn't like it. Ick. The biggest of icks from that one man. There's even, Chaos Space Marines are actually loyal to Emperor despite everything. Really? He's fabulous? Ick. But what do they do to spread the vibes? You know, they're just pink. Let's just say that. You know, they're just pink. Make a homebrew chapter during the lore segment of your anniversary stream. There's a lore segment? Are we doing a lore segment? We could. I just have to like see if I can get a friend to explain what things are to me. Aeson, thank you for the follow. Thank you. They stream. Oh, okay. So apparently my homebrew chapter is just a bunch of pink space marines that are live streamers, right? Thought there was I misremembered. I wonder. Let me see. Let me message a friend to see if I can get some help. Any accents for the pink marines? They have bows and hearts on them. Let me shoot my shot really fast, guys. Valley Girl Uwu or overly formal? Valley Girl Uwu, duh. Okay. Well, I don't know how to spell apparently. Okay, I have shot my shot and I will let you guys know if things work out. I will let you guys know. Give them all cat ear headphones. Do you even want Space Marines with cat headphones?
Let's put it all together and see what we got.
Ooh.
Countless times you blessed your false emperor.
What?
Leave your other god that blesses you.
The Rotborn Priests are a Nurglite cult of word-bearers that command unending hordes of cultists, zombies, and lesser demons that focus on overwhelming others with the numbers of bodies they use. The infection starts simple. A single traveler will enter a town, a city, a hive. He will have pale skin and thick clothing to hide the lesions and blisters, as well as wraps to hide his patchy hair. He will somehow find a way to infect as many people as humanly possible upon collapsing in the town itself. The disease he carries is the shambling zeal. This disease worms its way into a person's brain and tells them to simply infect as many people as possible to spread the glory of Nurgle. The first day, maybe 5 people would be infected. By the 5th day, thousands would have contracted at least traces. By the 7th, that is when the priests arrive. The Hand of Nurgle is what they are referred to as. 5 rotted Terminator suits of armor slowly march through the disease-stricken cities they now claim to kill any remaining defenders who resist the call of Nurgle, for it is heresy to reject his gifts. They will defile places of safety and health, hospitals, sick bays, bomb shelters, anything that would be an affront to Nurgle. From there, they ransack for equipment and leave with a new mass of shambling corpses that, although resemble desiccated husks, constantly sing in perfect
I think he's a
voices
little sick, guys. What do you
in the
think?
name of the grandfather
He's just a little
and
sick.
all that he has done for them and their families. Even if you listen close enough, you could never truly tell if they are laughing while singing or weeping.
Not the weeping.
Whenever you talk about the successors of the Salamanders, there's always this running theme that it's hard to get them right.
He's just
Not
an
in like
angry
a
guy.
metaphorical or an above game sense, because you just put a free hugs t-shirt on the scariest looking dude you have and make him legit nice, and boom, you have a successor to the Salamanders. It's really easy. It's more like, due to their highly mutagenic gene seed, it can cause and foster changes that come from the gene seed itself to go a little wonky, a little crazy, and a little giant bone spiky. And thus you get the Black Dragons. They are one of the funnest chapters that doesn't get
But I
talked
love
about as
them.
much
They're
as
so
I'd like,
funny.
but they are still plenty well known due to them being, well, one of the older chapters, as they've been around since the early editions of the game. 2, they are from one of the most well-known foundings of Space Marines, the 21st, and 3, they have such a weird gimmick as a Space Marine chapter.
No, they're so
but I'm
funny,
getting
though.
ahead
It's
of myself.
Baraka
So
from,
the
like,
simplest
Mortal Kombat.
question, who are the Black Dragons? Simple. They are a successor of the Salamanders and a part of the Cursed Founding. What is the Cursed Founding, you might ask? Basically, it is a founding where allegedly fresh gene seed with a few extra templates was found by some cocksure tech priest biologist, and because of that, he thought his shit didn't stink, so he decided to tamper with it and try and improve upon what the Emperor did. Unfortunately, his name wasn't Belisarius Call, so he made a whole new founding with gene seed he messed with, and I think every single chapter that came out of this founding had something significantly wrong with them. And I mean very wrong with them. A lot of them are struck from the record due to them falling to chaos, but the ones that we do know about, the issues can range from as simple as, oh, the Minotaurs being a bit too eager to listen to orders that would require the sacrifice of civilian casualties as well as other Space Marines, all the way up to, because you got rid of the Red Thirst, for some reason, in a Blood Angel successor, the Lamenters are now cosmically targeted by the universe itself to have the most bad luck and bad decision-making skills out there. In the middle of those two poles, you have the Black Dragons, who have a faulty os modula, which ain't that big of a deal in the long run of things. But what is the os modula? It's a gene seed organ that generates, strengthens, and modifies the bone structures of the body of a developing Space Marine. You know, it fuses the ribs, it makes everything tougher and stronger. If you have a weird mutation in that, it can do some wacky shit. The most standard thing that comes from the Black Dragons is every one of their Marines are standardly taller than the average Space Marine, due to their bones being much longer, which is in general a good thing all around, as it means they have longer muscle attachments as well as just an increased intimidation factor due to them being on average about 9 to 10 feet tall. The second interesting mutation that comes from this is that for some of their members, it doesn't stop at just the height increase as they develop more and more bones, turning into massive, deadly pointy bone spurs that they use as weapons in their assault companies. I'm talking Baraka claws from Mortal
Yeah, it is
Kombat
Baraka,
level shit,
right?
which is cool as all hell, but they also tend to have bony crowns of horns that pop up on their head from time to time. One common misconception about the black dragons is that they all have the weird bone spikes, but it's actually not all of them. Only some of them do, but I don't think we have an estimate on percentages here, as they often try to keep them secret. Just know that they have both normal guys that are a bit taller and bony guys that are also pretty tall. Though it does make things a little bit easier to lore rep yourself on the
They can
tabletop,
shave
because
them.
you don't have to, model things with spikes all the time. So just running an entire Black Dragons army would be kind of cool. Speaking of, I love the color scheme of these Marines. I just wish that GW would add something else to them to make them stand out. I get you can't have anything be too different, and the bones would make them stand out enough. It's just a little difficult for me, who's a bit of a bonehead, pun, to model those kinds of spikes. I've tried it before for friends,
Not
because
the
I'm the
bonehead, that's
painter helper
crazy.
guy in my community, but it just never worked out. But let me learn you something when it comes to tabletop wargaming. There's this idea known as the 3-foot rule, which, if you don't know, means 99% of the time, whenever you put a miniature on the table, people are only going to see it from 3 feet away. So you don't have to go too wild or wacky on paint schemes.
Can I be real? I don't know how long 3 foot is. Also, hello Lagoon, hi. I have no idea how far 3 foot is, but like, I guess you don't have to be super detailed, but like, if you're gonna do it, you might as well put in the extra effort, right? 1/5 of me, thank you guys. About 1 meter. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Some guy at this Warhammer guy at the Warhammer store, like, offered to show me the models, and I was like, I feel bad. And I was like, I don't want to touch it on the off chance I drop it, so no thank you. 60% of you. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. Fuck.
Which is kind of important to know, so you don't make every single miniature have intricate details and take hours to paint. Sometimes you can just slap them up and make them fine in less than a few minutes and be good.
Ooh.
There is a detriment to that, though, where because of that specific rule and because you're only going to see miniatures from so far away, it's hard to make out the difference between the Black Dragons and the Iron Warriors and the Raven Guard, because they're all just a mono black paint scheme with maybe a different colored shoulder pad sometimes,
Okay.
or maybe a different colored knee pad.
Okay. Do people pick that because you just have to paint it black and that feels easy? Do people play that faction specifically because it's like low key a little easy? Chat, what do you think? Probably painting black is hard. It is. Believe it or not, it's not easy. Oh, okay. So I guess it's just people like the color black then. Oh my god, I can't believe my new like Hearthstone bestie is also a Warhammer bestie now. Let's fucking go. Let's like actually fucking go. What the hell? Oh, you just use black primer? Bro, I'm like scared to buy like paints and whatnot. Not paint, sorry. I'm scared to like to buy like primer because I know I can't bring that shit home with me. So I'll have to like throw it out once I'm done with it. So, oh man. Oh no.
Something simple could make them pop a lot more and differentiate them so you don't get all 3 of them confused. Like, good example, the black consoles have a mono black paint scheme, but they have gold trim around their shoulder pads, which makes them super identifiable and cool. Unfortunately, the Black Dragons don't have that, but that's a nitpick for another
Unfortunately,
day. The
they
Black
don't.
Dragons
Seven's in the
are
chat.
also known for having incredibly pale skin, which is interesting because they are of Salamander's gene stock, though I know that once exposed to the nocturne sun, it can cause the weird hyperchromatic pigmentation thing that the salamanders have. The Inquisition
That's
tends
so
to send
weird.
members to keep an eye on them, as something that fucked up looking probably has something going on that they probably shouldn't. But This
Oh,
usually ends
no.
with said Inquisitor finding out that, no, not really actually, they are in fact just on the level good guys. Like, they are just nice. Through and through, they're Salamander successors, what can you expect? It reminds me of how the Ultramarines love all their successors, but they are always casually just kind of nervous about the Mortifactors, because they are a bunch of bone-collecting weirdos. So regardless,
Not
the
the
Black
bone-collecting
Dragons have not
weirdos.
much else to be said, aside from that one little jaunt they had with the Dark Eldar, as it ended with them being tortured for God knows how long. One being shot with the Boninator gun, which the Dark Eldar have for some reason, and turned them into a bone dragon, which is now a wall decoration. One of these individuals ended up leaving, the Black Dragons survived. It was
Okay,
cool. He ended up getting
why?
recruited by the Salamanders to be a part of their scout company for a little bit, and that's really interesting. Just
He went back
imagine
home,
you're
I
on
guess. What the
Nocturne
hell?
getting trained to protect the universe, and you have this thing working next to you. It's kind of funny, but I do like them a lot for it. And the final nail in the coffin that is the oddity that they represent is the fact that they are actually
Wait.
codex compliant in terms of their chapter hierarchy as well as their company structure.
They were the ones who abandoned the Lamenters? What? And they eat people as a ritual? This is the cannibal one? Oh man. God, is there like a faction that isn't a fucking that isn't like fucking cannibals? They don't eat. No, those are more. They just collect bones. Oh. Oh, what an upgrade, guys. They don't eat people, they just collect their bones. It's not any weirder than Sisters of Battle, to be fair, brother. We haven't done enough like lore research into Sisters of Battle because, I only want to learn about the men. But then right now we're learning about all the freaky ass men. So like I don't know, dude. I don't know. Man, why are they all fucking cannibals? I kind of hate this. No! All Space Marines will eat people in the right situation? I guess. I guess, but like, oh my god. Just like go to Costco, buy a roast chicken. What the fuck? And before you guys get mad at me, yes, I know Costco doesn't exist. Yes, I know Costco doesn't exist in this universe. I know. You don't have to tell me. I know. Eating brains are a great way. Okay, just like browse the Wikipedia. What the fuck? Browse the Wikipedia, bro. Shit. Space Costco. No! Ugh. Nasty. What the fuck? I don't know. Actually, we can tell when you're joking. I don't know. Some of these people don't think I'm joking. But also, like, yeah, I don't know. I think like adding that whole thing where they have an organ that lets you like read someone's memories, like that bit is so extra. They really said, okay, these are Space Marines. They're hyper edgy and they're really cool. How do we make them edgier? If they eat someone, they can read their memories because they have a special organ. Like, bro, they really went like, they really went full edgelord with that shit. Yeah. They're so fucking edgy, dude. Holy shit. They can spit fucking acid? What? I feel like I've forgotten a lot of the like hyper weird things that Space Marines can do. So far, I've just been focused on how hot they are. I have forgotten that they can and will eat you. Oopsie. Teehee. Do you guys think that that's a red flag? Before you guys say anything, that is also a joke. I know that is a red flag. The acid helps them digest stuff? Dog. Bestie. What the fuck? orc breaks work? I mean, you have the Night Lord turning people into wallpaper. Yes, that is true. That is true. No, he wants you to be a part of him anyways. They hungry? Oh, are they just silly? Are they just silly hungry guys? Are they just silly little guys who are just a bit hungry, chat? Oh my god, lots of Space Marines can no longer spit acid. It's a fairly common mutation for that to stop working. I feel like it's not that they've lost the ability. It's just that, like, at this point, it's just so stupid that the writers are like, man, what the hell? Whoever added that special ability, it was fucking trolling. I will not be unconvinced that they were fucking trolling. A man's gotta eat. They're just silly little guys who get a little hungry sometimes. I don't fucking know. Uber Eat something. What the hell? Are you out here eating other people? Ugh. So what happens if they need to throw up? Do they throw up acid? Oh my god. If we're going down that path, right? Of like, if we're going down that train of thought, right? Does that mean that when they shoot from their you know where, it's acid? But anyways, be right back. I'm gonna go grab water. Sit on that thought for a second, guys. Just sit on it. Think about it. Think about it. I'm gonna grab water. But think about it. Is that a thing? It says piss break, but you know we're not pissing. You know we're not pissing. I don't think that's how it works. Those are not the same thing. Are they not? The glands aren't near the mouth? Oh, the glands are near the mouth. It's probably more like bleach. You think okay, because you know we are trying to still stay within the realm of like monetization. You think they're you know what's more like bleach? That's crazy. Ugh. Before you guys go, why are you censoring all these words? It's because I want to stay monetized, chat. I'm poor. I spent too much money buying Warhammer stuff, okay? So everyone shut up and let me censor myself so that I can earn money so I can buy another tank, okay? Don't at me. You know I'm right. Be right back. I'm gonna grab water. Oh, fuck! Ah! Oh, thank God. I'm muted, at least. Ow, my toe. My fucking toe. I wasn't fucking muted! You guys heard me eat shit again? Dude. I'm not convinced that rugs are not death traps. Are you okay? No, I tripped on a rug coming back in and smacked the mouse off the table. I'm not okay. I'm not okay anymore. No! You have that far to fall at least. Shut up! Oh my god, stop calling me short. I'm just a silly guy. What the fuck? That's crazy. What prevent me get to mute? It keeps happening. Oh man, I thought I hit mute. I pressed the M button. I guess it didn't fucking mute. Shit. I am not unconvinced that carpets are not death traps. Because I have eaten shit on this floor so many times because I'm not used to, you know, things on the floor. I think it's just a skill issue. Shut up. Shut up. It's not a skill issue. What the fuck? Man. Okay, guys, we're gonna keep going. If not, you guys are gonna call it a skill issue again. Man. L ratio by carpet is crazy. If I actually ate shit on the carpet and died, I think you guys have full permission to make fun of my death. If I die in like the stupidest human way possible, you guys have full permission to make fun of me for it. You guys have full permission to just spam skill issue. Hey, what can't you... Wait, what? You believe in yourself like we do? You can grow mutton chops? I'm not trying to grow fucking mutton chops. What the hell? Don't get a Wi-Fi headset, you'll appeal, you might hear. Shit, you're right. Oh, that sucks. Oh, no. How many times have you lost a carpet rug? 5. I don't look when I'm walking. We can roast Mio at a funeral. I'm just saying, when I die, you guys don't hire a cameo from like the Costco guys going, I'm sorry your Oshi died. Here's 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. I will literally haunt all of you if you guys don't fucking do that for me. I'm just saying. Also, hi Manitan. Hi. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Which is just funny to me on a meta-contextual sense. Like, the Ultramarines' successors routinely have issues trying to stay loyal to the Codex and remain compliant.
Girl.
But for some reason, the Bone Dragon Monster chapter that is constantly under supervision by the feds is going to somehow follow Big Bobby G's rulebook of fun and tactical engagements. That's cool.
I'm just saying, maybe the Baraka chapter, we should date the Baraka chapter, cause men have trouble staying loyal to me. And if they're gonna follow the codex, they're gonna follow the rule book, that's a +1 in their favor, huh, chat? Right?
They're neat. The Black Dragons represent a kind of weird spot for the Salamanders, as they show that the majority of their successors are going to be weird, and there aren't too many to show from. But we do have some good options in the Ultima Founding, which I might do a 3-hit combo of for the Salamanders at some point, because all of the successor chapters that came out of that were pretty fun. I can only think of 3 right now, but I know there's probably a few more. I know off the top of my head, I've got the Dark Krakens, the Black Vipers, and the Dragon Spear, and all of those are just wild, and I wouldn't want it any other way. So yeah, I want to cover those at some point, though interestingly enough, I don't know if there's enough to make an individual video about them, so making a group video about them would be kind of fun and easy.
Ooh. Leandros followed the rules. Do you like him? Okay, not like that. What the fuck? Not like that. You don't need to check a codex compliant fella's phone. That's true. Also, I'm kind of like, okay. I'm off to work again. Have fun at work. I'm just saying, I'm kind of in that mental state where it's like, do I honestly think that I should check someone's phone? Because half the time, even having a slight inkling of something bad happening has proven that something bad is happening. Or should I remain blissfully unaware? What army do you collect? I'm not collecting any army at the moment. I just like collecting tanks. That's definitely a red flag. Oh my god. So did I ever tell you guys, like, one of my exes, right? I could tell he was doing something really sus. Because we were at like a theme park. We were at like Universal, right? Like Universal in Singapore. and he was like constantly on his phone during the rides, and he would purposely angle his body away from me so that like I couldn't see like whatever he was like looking at. Like that is a red flag, right? X from BK? No, we never dated Burger King guy. What the fuck? Right? Just stop dating jerks. You see, the problem is that no one's a jerk right from the get-go, right? Maybe he's embarrassed to have you know he plays Uma Musume. Nah, this wasn't a recent thing. It was just kind of like, can you repeat the red flag part? Okay. Is it suspicious? This was a guy that I've been seeing for like 3 years at that point, right? And this is like when I was like 19, 20. You know, we can hear you tapping on the phone. Yeah, because I'm trying to confirm a collab. So we might. Okay, so everyone who was just talking about the whole lore thing, everyone was just talking about the whole like we should do a homebrew chapter. My friend has confirmed that they would be down to do it with me. So we might actually do that on Friday. We have confirmation. That could happen if someone's preparing like a surprise. Oh no, Zorosk. The surprise was that he was dipping his stick into someone else's pot. Let's just call it that. You're 22, bro. You're still a small child. No, I'm in my mid 20s now. That was ages ago. But yeah, if you guys are excited, the homebrew thing might come to fruition if they're available. By seeing me, y'all were dating. No, we were dating at that point. We've been dating for like 2 years at that point. You know? Take a shot. Dylan, do you want your kidneys to die? Get the double entendre? Yeah. So you know, I guess like ignorance was bliss. Ignorance was bliss. But then like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, do we check guys' phones? I don't feel like I want to. I feel like if a man has gotten me to the point where I feel the need to check his phone, I think the relationship's over. Right? Like, if you're being hyper suspicious to a point where I feel like I need to check your phone, I think that's over. For me. Women love dudes who are pounding multiple women. You see, my parents taught me to share, but unfortunately, my exes think that me not wanting to share them is very selfish. I know, insane. Okay, guys. Don't, if you do and nothing's going on, he'll never trust you again. No, what kind of sharing? Oh, when you share your man with another woman. How'd you feel if you found out he has 2 phones? Not good. You shouldn't have to, but also make sure you're unpoisoned by bad experiences. Yeah. I mean, the problem is that I do feel bad if like I do feel bad if it gets to that point where I feel like, wow, I can't trust you, right? Some people have business phones. No, some people do have business phones. But then, like, business in Asia is very different from business in the West, I feel. Because a lot of networking and socializing involves going to bars. What if you check and it's clear? Then I'm an asshole, right? But if I check and it's not clear, then, ooh. No, also, I have 2 phones. So, you know. I have 2 phones, chat. I know, fucked up. Make it present you don't hide phones. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to have to check someone's phone if I'm dating them, because that's kind of a dickhead move, right? But like, you also kind of run into the issue of like, this is a thing, you know? 2 phones, double the gotcha. Bro, like, I remember one of my exes was talking to other women, right? And he turned it around and he was like, it's your fault for checking my phone. You made yourself sad. I should be allowed to talk to whoever I want as an adult man. So it's your fault for checking my phone and making yourself sad. And I was like, what the fuck? And bro was like, and when I say like, and when I say it's like, oh yeah, no, he's like cheating on me. He would like message girls and be like, oh yeah, you know, every time I see your pictures, I just know it's gonna hit. 20-ish exes already? No, you see, this is like, so this is like weird, but I've only ever like properly dated 4 men in my entire life. Double the Uma Musume. See, Uma Musume is a lot less embarrassing than whatever the fuck that dude was on. Yeah. You know, I have a question. Yes, that's messed up. Bro, and because of how young I was back then, right? I was genuinely like so confused and so perplexed. You know? A friend of mine told me if your partner checks his or her phone too much, never says anything about it, she is cheating. I feel like if we're going out on a date and all you do is check your phone. So like, there's this one dude that I was like, that I was dating, right? And he was like, so he lived overseas. So I would go visit him. And this was like before I started streaming, right? So the last time we saw each other in person before we broke up, he was sending me off at the airport, which is nice, right? Of course, you know, you do that for your partner when they're going back home, long distance, that kind of thing, right? Okay, so you know how you have to line up to get your passport scanned and stuff like that. So usually there's still like a viewing room where you can wait for them to go in and stuff like that, right? I turn around, I go in, I'm like bawling my eyes out. I turn around and bro is on a Discord call with someone. Like, bro's on the phone with someone. And I'm like, what the fuck? Can't you wait till I'm like, you know, past like security? The fuck? I think a pattern where parts of the personality attracts you relates to red flag persons. Date people that you don't super like and maybe you'll be different. You know? That's fair. Did you slap him for that? No, I was like, what the hell? And he was like, oh, you know, I should be allowed to do what I want. It's not like we can talk anyways. And I was like, oh, that feels kind of rude, don't you think? Right? Like, that feels kind of rude. Like, the least you can do is wait for me to, like, go in before you, like, talk to your friends. But apparently not. Apparently bro had to go talk to his friends in that very moment while I'm, like, over there, like, waving by at him. So what the hell? She should tackle him the way she threatened to tackle tall people. No, I think at that point it was like, well, you know, clearly he doesn't give a shit. The relationship's over. Goodbye. I'm going home now. I don't know, on this one, I'll be honest. You don't think it's bad? I felt really, like, upset in the moment because I was like, the least you can do is, like, reply to my messages, you know? Because I was over there being like, I'm gonna miss you. You know, I'm gonna miss you, crying emoji. And bro's on a Discord call. I didn't even get a response to the I'm gonna miss you till like the day after. You're like an encyclopedia of red flags. Is the defensiveness is what's putting me off? Mm-hmm. I'm over here dying of thirst while its clowns out here dying in coochie water. Bro, I don't even know, man. Like, I don't even know, man. Like, I'm really like taking my time to really reflect on what's wrong with me. That bros like that. You know? It's my taste in men. Real. You've been hit with every type of gaslight you could fill a Victorian street. Bro, I'm so bad at telling when people are gaslighting me. Like, I'm being so dead ass. Okay, I've had like... Okay, I had a guy throw a keyboard at my head. And then he goes, I did that because you're stupid. You're so stupid that it forced me to do that to you. And I was so like confused. Oh my god, no, bestie, hi, Mr. Bones. We're watching your video and then we went off on a tangent about toxic men. Oopsie. Also, Maxer, thanks for the follow. Thank you. Huh? Yeah. The crazy thing is that he threw a keyboard at my head over fucking Apex Legends. Were we ranking? No. It's definitely your taste in dudes. Sorry. Fuck. Okay. So here are my new... Okay. So here are my new standards in when dating men. Hear me out. Okay? Hear me out. My bones felt the idea of toxic men and I was summoned. That's crazy. Why? What is the context? We lost a game of Apex Legends and he picked up his keyboard and threw it at my head. Okay. Number 1. Has a job. Number 2, isn't racist. Number 3, won't dome me in the fucking head with a keyboard. Number 4, doesn't have mutton chops. No, you know what? I draw the line at mutton chops. No weird facial hair. Yeah. What do you guys think? Reasonable standards? What about height less than 6 feet? If you're taller than 6 feet, absolutely not. Because I'm not trying to get like a crick in my neck. Bro, I can't even tell you the number of times I've joked about like wanting to date men with jobs only to be told, oh my god, you're like so materialistic, like you're a gold digger. I can't believe you want to date someone with a job. You just want to use a man for money. And it's like, how about I don't want to pay for a man? You ditched those friends already? Mm-hmm. What if they have a job but spend all the money on video games? Oh. Oh. What if bros working minimum wage at a Burger King? Okay. Actually, no. Maybe we need to rework my standards. Maybe we do need to rework my standards. Hold on a second. Okay, guys. What are my standards? What if he takes you on a date to Burger King? Can I be real? I don't really care where I go for like meals and stuff like that. But if you want to go on like a date to somewhere that's like crowded and busy to get to know someone, I think that's a terrible fucking idea. Does he smell all Warhammer? Warhammer in video games? Oh. Dude, I can't count the number of relationships where I've had to pay for a guy, which I'm okay with because like I'm like comfortable enough that I can pay for men too. I have no issues with that. But the one time I was dating this one dude, right? I was dating this one dude. We've been together for like 2 years at that point. Like, if you can tell, my relationships are not short, right? So I was dating this guy, and like, in like our 2 years of like being together, he got a job on like year 2. Okay. And I was like, and he just gotten the job, he just gotten his paycheck. So we went out for lunch. And we sat there, and I thought he would pick up the check, because I've been picking up the check for like 2 years at that point, right? I've been picking up the check for like a year and a half at that point. And he looked at me, he was like, aren't you gonna go pay? I was like, oh, you have a job now. I thought you'd offer to pay for like dinner, right? For like lunch, sorry. And he goes, why are you such a fucking gold digger? You need a man to pay for your meal? What's wrong with you? I don't want to go. I don't want to be here anymore. Give me $50 so I can take a cab home. And I was like, oh. I was like, oh, no. My last girlfriend stopped liking me and left because he told her she had to get a job. Oh my god. Why is getting a job like terrible for people? It's my taste in men that's problematic. Honestly, I think so. I really think so. I honestly really think so. It was really bad. Who's this gold digger? I have no idea. Like, I mean, fuck, dude. Guys, I'm just saying, I'm a gold digger. I am materialistic and I am problematic. How's that a real conversation? You know what's the crazy thing? Well, did you pay? Well, yeah, because like I'm not good at making like scenes with people, you know. But like, dude, you know what's the thing? I have friends who do think that like some of these conversations, like some of the things that I tell them about my exes, it's really crazy. Until I show them screenshots of the way that my exes used to talk to me. And then they're like, holy shit, these people are real? And they just use you at that point. You're so real for that. You know, I'm 24 and just bought a house and people, I swear. You must be colorblind, because I don't know if I'm a green flag, to be quite honest with you guys. I think I'm really stupid. I think I have moments where I'm really fucking stupid. Are you taken? I am taken for fucking granted. I'm taken as a fool. That's what I am. Taken as a fucking joke. That's me, baby. Oh my god. I feel like if anything, taken by Voltan. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, the number of times my ex would sit me down and be like, you don't understand. Like, I'm mean to you because you won't listen to me otherwise. Like, I don't know if this was like I actually don't know if this was like a because I'm Asian kind of thing. I don't know if this is like because I'm Asian, right? But one of my exes was very like, he was very, very, very insistent on using the term obedient. Yeah, he would be like, you need to be obedient. Like, you're acting up and you need to be more obedient. Me. And I was like, oh my god. Insecurity through the roof. Oh my god. I love it. Okay, so my favorite thing about that relationship was eventually I started talking to my my therapist about it, right? I started talking to my therapist. And my therapist was like, hey, that's really bad behavior. Like, you need to like dump this guy. So he crashed out at me, and he was like, what the fuck? You know, your therapist is trying to break us up. It was like, you need to get rid of this therapist because the therapist is coming in between our relationship. And I was like, wait, that doesn't sound right. I was like, that doesn't sound right. What do you mean? Yeah, it's working. I should have said that. I should have been like, yeah, it's working. How are you finding these people? So, most of these people are actually, like, friends of friends. Which is why, like, I kind of, like, feel a little hesitant romantically talking to friends of friends. Because, like, if we're all in the same friend group, I feel like I would have, like, a handle on your personality. But then they turn out to be freaks behind closed doors. So like, oh yeah, no, I don't talk to those friends anymore. Like, I don't talk to those friends anymore because of how crazy these guys are, like, you know, by extension. She'll told him you're dating your therapist. My therapist is a very lovely man. He is in his like 70s. He doesn't. He's a very lovely man. He's in his 70s, and he doesn't understand what VTubers are. So I had to explain to him, cause he for a while thought that I did OnlyFans. I know it's a little crazy, but yeah. Okay, so we have solved this. You find enemies of friends. Okay, looking for the biggest ops for of my friends. Have you asked him out? Number one, no, I have not asked my therapist out. That's a little, I think that's illegal. I think that's a big risk. So he's single. I don't think my therapist is single. I think my therapist is, married with adult children. Is this a sex? You know what's the thing? The problem with like my model is that with my model looking the way it is, I can't escape from the is this a sex thing conversation. It is not a sex thing. I play Yu-Gi-Oh with my clothes on, and I watch Warhammer lore also with my clothes on. Can you just help me do puppet shows with cartoons? Well, I feel like I should be honest to my therapist. And those children are probably older than you? Yes. My therapist has I think his son is also a therapist, because I know they're in the same office. You could ask him on the free seat. You guys, okay, imagine if I came back one day and I was like, guys, I met someone. He's 70. You guys would be so fucking mad at me, dude. You guys would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? So no. He knows me so well. You guys would be so fucking mad at me. You guys would be like, everything about you is faulty in the head. Maybe you're 72, I don't know. You guys know what age I am. You guys know exactly how old I am. What the fuck? You're puppeting a cartoon to entertain people? I guess. Yeah. Do we? Yeah, nah, you do what? I would say ew. Liar. Is Miwa 70? I am not 70. How we go from Warhammer to this? Wait. I don't know. How did we go from Okay, guys, let's go back on the Warhammer train. The Iron Ravens. Holy shit. Every fucking time, chat. Every fucking time this happens. This just keeps happening. This just keeps fucking happening. We blame the Iron Ravens. We blame Leandros. We blame the Etsy Witch. We blame all three of them now. Fuck the Etsy Witch. Fuck Leandros. Fuck the Iron Ravens, chat. This is it. This is an L. This is an L. Oh man, the Iron Ravens got chat acting up real.
This one's weird, and I know I say
Why
that
is
a
it
lot
weird?
for these videos, but this one truly is going to be a bit of an outlier because
Ooh.
it's not so much a video about a Space Marine chapter that I think is interesting, and more so how fandom intersects with the creation of a Space Marine chapter. So, much to my editor's chagrin, there is, like, no art for this chapter, like, at all, as they occupy a niche that a lot of people have been asking about, and because of that, there isn't really many people who want to draw for it. It's complicated, but you'll understand in a second.
Okay.
Well, not really. You'll understand in, like, a few minutes, because there's going to be a bit of a point that I need to make, but... yeah, this question that I mentioned earlier that people have been asking, and by people I mean like 5 to 10 comments that I've read, is that are fan chapters ever made canon? Or are chapters that fans came up with made into a canon chapter that's expressed in the lore? And the answer is surprisingly yes, but the hoops you need to go through in order to accomplish that is actually pretty wild. The Iron Ravens are an odd chapter of Marines. As this is part 19, you could probably assume by their name, as well as the 19, that they're part of the Raven Guards as a successor chapter of them. And, you know, that's true. I'm going to lay my cards on the table here and let you know that there is a lot of conflicting information about this chapter, even though there isn't that much information about them in general. But I think it's interesting as it kind of furthers the point that I want to make about these individuals. So why is it that they're kind of interesting? Because they are a chapter that was mentioned in lore around 2017, 2018, I believe, where in a short audio drama that was released, I believe, explicitly only on Black Library, they were mentioned as a second founding chapter of the Raven Guard, which is nothing to scoff at. Second founding chapters are kind of important to the setting, but that is kind of all that is brought up about them in that audio drama. So cut to around 2019, the folks down at Games Workshop are putting together this glossary of artists that work with them and their fan content to promote the revised 8th edition codex for Space Marines that was coming out towards the later end. See, they started releasing too many Space Marine units and didn't understand that they could just update the online records at that point, so they had to release a second codex, and oh man, people were mad. But regardless, they wanted to promote people's fan chapters and provide rules in the book to allow people to make their own chapters, which is always fun. The rules were bad, but they were there, and I like that they're there. I don't care if rules are good, I just care that they're there. So,
you know, you're so real
one of
for
the
that,
things that
bestie.
was promoted was some lad named Paul Norton, who was a heavy metal painter, or heavy metal painter at the time, chose this as his chapter and gave a breakdown of the lore that he came up with for GW and, you know, the approved stuff that he was allowed to talk about in, you know, I believe a White Dwarf, as well as mentioning their lore in the codex itself. Comically enough, GW also allowed him to speak in sort of an interview style format on their YouTube channel. The video's up still right now, and the video is especially funny because he contradicts himself, like, in the video in kind of a big way, where in the first half of the video he says that they are a second founding successor chapter of the Raven Guard, and then the last half he refers to them as a new chapter comprised entirely of Primarchs Marines that served in the Unnumbered Sons of Guilliman. So that's kind of a contradiction, but there is a way to rectify it, because it could be the same situation with, say, the Soul Drinkers, where it's inferred in a recent short story. I say recent as if it wasn't like just within the last 5, maybe 10 years, that they may be a second founding successor chapter of the Imperial Fists after all. But as they were all wiped out and with no remaining Soul Drinkers left, there was an Ultima founding refresh chapter that took on the same name and the burden of being, you know, Sons of the Imperial Fists. I doubt it's that. It's probably just some dude speaking out his ass about his cool Space Marine chapter that he liked so much and just got a little bit too excited and didn't articulate himself very well, which is cool. Like, have you seen me on live stream?
Okay, hold up. I kind of fuck with that color scheme, though. That color scheme is sick as fuck. The Soul Drinker books are S tier. Are they really? Okay, do you think I should read them? Do you think I should read them, though, is the question of the day.
That's That's just me. I do that all the time. But it also just gave him an excuse to talk about his cool paint scheme. And it is a really cool paint scheme. I like the look of the Iron Ravens. It's very distinct, especially for Raven Guard successors. To get into it and actually discuss their lore rather than discussing their backdrop, these guys occupy a similar niche to the Shadow Wolves, where they don't have a lot of lore, rather they didn't, but the dudes at GW allow one of their employees every now and then to write lore for a chapter that has nothing in it, you know? So what do we know about the Iron Ravens? So, for one, their paint scheme is actually very important to distinguish their rank, which is not often done outside of company markings. The more blue that is on an Iron Raven's scheme, the higher rank they are, with the highest ranked individuals from the first company or ranking officers for each, you know, like captains and lieutenants and so on, having completely blue arms as well as a bunch of different blue trim across their entire body.
Wait, I kind of love this. I really love this color scheme. This actually looks really nice. Like, usually, like, the two-tone ones I make fun of, I take the piss out of all the fucking time. But this one looks really good. Oh, I fuck with this hard. You need to unban me. Are you still banned on Twitch? Oh. I could have sworn you were unbanned. Oopsie. My bad. Teehee. Teehee. Is it logs? It is logs. Oopsie. Yeah, it doesn't quite look like it should work, but it works. What did bro do? Oh, that's my boss. Oh, that's my boss. That's who that is. Yeah, I don't know. I really like the color scheme. I think it's really cool. I really like it. It's really sick.
Alongside that, there is various different gradations for markings in terms of helmets. They stress a lot in the lore that there is very complicated patterns painted onto their helmets to denote if you are a captain, lieutenant, sergeant, and so on. And I think it's very interesting in terms of a peacock sort of aesthetic, where bright colors and whatnot. This is likely because, as it's mentioned in their lore, they are a Codex-compliant chapter that also served in the Unnumbered Sons of Guilliman. And realizing that markings for chapters shenanigans are kind of important, as well as important to just the cultural choices of a chapter.
Is this the Vega
also, because they served with the Unnumbered Sons, they actually don't do the sneaky shit the Raven Guard are known for. Well, it's still sneaky, but it's sneaky in the same way a stealth bomber with a high-yield nuclear device is sneaky, where their whole sneaky shit kind of begins and ends with setting up without people knowing that they're there on high. So their whole gimmick is shock assault, but so are Space Marines. Most Space Marines, their whole gimmick is just doing the shock assault thing, right? But these guys are kind of more shocky assault, where they set up in a place of complete stealth, usually in low orbit, with as many drop pods, as many Marines, and as many stealth bombers as they possibly can. And all at once, when their opposing army is least likely to know, they drop everything. The entire chapter goes down. It's a hammer blow instead of just prolonged combat. It's still very Raven Guardy in principle, as there is a lot of stealth setup and reconnaissance that needs to be done in order to get this done. But as I mentioned, there's just the lack of that prolonged assault kind of thing, right? It's cool. It's a different kind of stealth.
I do kind of like it,
It's the kind of stealth of, like, instead of an assassin hiding in the shadows with, like, a poisoned dagger, it's more like me hiding behind a corner with a ball peen hammer. It's kind of nice. It's cute that they're kind of interpreting the tactics that way.
So
they are an odd chapter of Marines for this, as this trait of shock assault into the middle of enemy territory, although is cool, and I have been kind of gassing it up, it is shared by a few other chapters, though right off the top of my head I could name one, and that's the Emperor's Spears, that do relatively the same thing, but have this weird way of going about it, where they crash in like a wave, then fall back before crashing in again, sort of back and forth. The term for this, the name of this specific tactic for the Emperor's Spears, is called Redden the Earth, or in their language, if you've read the books, it's Skovakara Ulzarun, which kind of hype, but you know. So fun fact, also hype. The name of this version of the tactic that the Iron Ravens use is called the Blade of Korax, which is kind of cool as a name. It sounds like a high-level drop in World of Warcraft, but I digress. And yeah, that's kind of it. They were kind of featured prominently in the later half of 8th edition Space Marine stuff, as well as some of the early stuff for 9th edition. And I'm pretty sure if you go to your codex for Space Marines or go to the rulebook of 40k right now and go to the open play section, you'll find rules for them, or at least like mentions of them, because they were kind of the poster boys for Play It Your Way, which is, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of backhanded to Paul Norton and his like lore,
fuck?
but like whatever. I like open play, but not a lot of people do, I suppose. It was part of this kind of push that GW does every now and then when they see backlash starting to kind of happen to them promoting the Ultramarines a little bit too much, aside from other chapters, where GW essentially stands up and does the tried and tested, oh, you don't like the blue guys? Well, here's some new blue guys. And then they usually show an image of like the Crimson Fists or like some other blue-ish chapter or some kind of successor chapter to the Ultramarines. I know it's a hyperbolic statement, but like that's kind of what I mean. So they do that every now and then when people complain too much about Ultramarines. As cynical as I am, I do think it's overall a good thing. I think GW trying to push custom chapters is a good way of promoting the idea of making chapters in the minds of others. I feel like it's swept to the side a lot that you have very limited options to make Space Marines. Even like if you acknowledge the fact that there's technically 1,000 chapters of Marines, I still think that it's important to let people know that you could just make whatever you want, because I think we only have records for somewhere between 400 and 700 Marines that are loyalists serving Marines. And I think promoting other chapters other than Space Marines and giving them the limelight of any kind is a good idea. Like, good example as to what I'm talking about, how sometimes GW can hit the nail on the head, is that right now for Age of Sigmar, the 4.0 version of the game is not actually promoting the Hammers of Sigmar, which are the gold and blue guys that you see on all of the promotional material. It's actually a different subsection of the Stormcast Eternals, which is the Hallowed Knights, which is cool because I play the Hallowed Knights. So seeing that, I immediately thought it was an insta buy because I really like them. Sure, they still promote the Hammers of Sigmar, but they're trying something different to see if it brings more people in, and I think that's very interesting. I appreciate that. Even in small ways for 40k, they do still do it from time to time, even if it's just something as simple as, oh, here's a new Black Templars model or some shit like that. Because fans tend to take it into their own hands, it is nice for them to remind us that it's possible and that they still support it. I think that the Iron Ravens are a fun chapter as they represent the idea of GW letting people put info down on a place that really doesn't have much info anyway. I think they should do that more often. I think it would be really cool if each Black Library writer was allowed a single funny chapter with absolutely no lore and maybe a single sentence to write about, and then put a little bit of sauce into it. Could you imagine if Guy Haley just started writing about the fucking Hawk Lords? I like the Hawk Lords. They're just Emperor's children, but not, which is cool. I know ADB got the Emperor's spears for this express purpose, but I genuinely think that having a lot more of random obscure chapters getting a little bit of a rewrite is always really fun. It's why one of my favorite books of the last 10 years for Games Workshop is definitely the Successors anthology, as it just talks about a bunch of random chapters that are just have no lore. Like there's an Angels Resplendent / Angels Penitent section of that book, which who the hell talks about Angels Penitent? That's awesome. The Iron Ravens stand as a testament to a very specific style of Marine that has only really been shown recently, which is the Primaris only chapter. I say recently, again, when I say recently, like last 5 years. Please be patient with me. But also maybe the Primaris rebirth of a dead chapter. I think it could be cool to see like the Star Scorpions come back in a similar way.
Ooh. Why do people like the Alpha Legion? Because the Alpha Legion's kind of sick, dude. Hawk Lords or Space Marines have plane and jetpacktism. Okay. What if we just found... Okay. Which of the Space Marines has the hot guytism? We know that, like, it's probably the Imperial Fist that have, like, tanktism. Because, you know, I have the tanktism. But the Blood Angels have hot guytism. Alpha Legion's just basically gaslighting. So what you're telling me is I probably shouldn't have anything to do with the Alpha Legion because I don't understand gaslighting. Iron Hands love tanks. Don't tell me that. No, not the random Peter Turbo jump scare. Man, I am Omegon. I am Alpharius. Oh, great. I have one in each. One of each of you guys in my Twitch and YouTube chat respectively. That's great. They're all super gay for Sanguinius, so Blood Angels checks out. Okay, what if we also like what if we also like the Blood Angels just because I too am gay for Sanguinius? But what if I'm not? What if I like men? Am I still gay for Sanguinius? We are Alpharius. Yes, he was a real dude. Yeah. I'm still gay for okay, guys, I'm sorry. This is how we find out. I'm gay for Sanguinius and you're gay for Sanguinius, chat. I'm a simple guy, just like Blood Angels, mainly because I like jetpacks and assault troops. Also, don't forget the Sanguinary Guard. I think everyone's gay for him. Are you gay for Sanguinius, chat? You might have a wife, and you might like women, but are you gay for Sanguinius? Hell yeah, yes. Elma says no. Wow. I didn't think I was gay, but for Sanguinius, canonically he's just attractive. What do you mean maybe? My wife wouldn't mind. Your wife is so real for that. I cream for Sanguinius is crazy. Holy shit, gay by default. You know, fair. He seems like a decent dude, but decent dudes are not fun in Warhammer. What do you want? What? I'd let him take me to Pound Town, but no homo though. I would let my wife join. But then would your wife be cheating on you then? If that's the case, wait, how does that work? He's not my type? Oh. Incredibly attractive men are not your type. In fact, since you like men, you're technically gay since you're attracted to someone who likes women, which is gay. The fact that that makes sense is crazy. Not all people want blondes. Oh, it's just a hair color for you. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Literally, my head just kind of bricked for a second and I went, why does that low-key make sense? That's insane. That is insane. Okay. Well, you know, let's just figure out why people like the Alpha Legion, man. Where does Mio reach on a Primarch? According to chat, I am at their thighs. So, hey. In all honesty, I wouldn't mind having a coffee with Sanguinius, so you go on a date with Sanguinius then, is what you're saying. Some people want to hit the Papa Nurgle bussy. Bro! The fact that I read that out loud is stupid. No. I'm at Dorn's knee? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm really short. I'm at Dorn's knee. Guys. Absolutely not. No more bussy. No more bussy. Oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are having too much fun with the word bussy. By the way, I now know it is not bussy, it's Bucky's. Who would have thunk? The way it's spelled is so deceptive. Like, I wouldn't have realized that it's not bussies. Wait. Yeah, you know the one store in America that's like got the what is it? It's a squirrel as like a mascot? Who taught you? Are you sure you're not getting gaslit? I feel like you guys are gaslighting me again. Oh, it's a beaver. I thought it was a squirrel. Yeah, I thought it was pronounced bussies. Turns out no, it's Bucky's. I feel like you guys are gaslighting me again though. Man, I don't fucking know anymore. I don't fucking know anymore. I'm just a girl, chat. And I don't know why people like the Alpha Legion. We are the Alpha Legion, man.
Another 20-part series done. I think you all would agree it's been a hell of a ride. To think my channel has grown so much after the year, it's kind of wild. The first one of my members videos was uploaded on the 16th of August, and now you've all become quite the large collective, a massive community of people whom get what I hope you guys think is worth it. I appreciate the support from the bottom of my heart. I really, really do, because without your help, I wouldn't be able to do this. So, I just wanted to say thank you before I actually get into the video. But enough of me being kind of an emotional little bitch, and let's talk about what we're going to talk about today. And what is that? Well, considering I want to ride this joke into the sun, I'm going to be covering the greatest successors of the Alpha Legion, the Alpha Legion. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing this until it gets boring, which it's already probably done that already, but I digress. Today is mostly dedicated to discussing the reasons why people are so fascinated with the Alpha Legion, because for a legion that doesn't get much of the spotlight in the lore, there is an incredibly pervasive aura about them that attracts the weird conspiracy nuts of the 40k community. I swear, if GW ever had their stock prices dip to a critical low and they wanted to sell out and say, you know, the hell with integrity, they could just have Gilliman lean forward to one of his prime iterators and just say, I am Alfarius, without further explanation, and the fandom would lose their goddamn minds. So I just wanted to make a more theoretical video about, well, why? Why do people care so much? And I do actually have a definitive answer for this. And it's going to fly in the face of some rather interesting fan theories I've seen before, but you know, it is what it is. Starting off, for those not in the know, the Alpha Legion are a legion with a very specific specialism. A lot of people say stealth or espionage, but those are really only half answers. The best way to describe it, or at least the best way that I tend to describe it, is they are a legion whose sole concern in terms of warfare is the control of the flow of information. As if you control what people know about you, your strengths, your weaknesses, you can play into it and win almost all the time, just because no one knows what is your weakest point and what is your strongest. This has led them to become so deep undercover that people tend to think most things the Alpha Legion does are just, well, a psyop of some sort. They have to be smarter than everyone, right? Especially the other Space Marines, if that's their main gimmick, is being smarter. I disagree, so let's take this somewhere wild. The most well-known fear is the fear of the unknown. It's been stated by every single hack horror commentary YouTuber out there at some point or another, and it does bear a lot of truth, but I think the biggest joy in life is on the opposite end of the same coin, which is mystery and surprise. People enjoy not knowing something in the same way that you don't know what a finished puzzle looks like as you're working on it. The hidden ideas and identities involved in the Alpha Legion is very much an interesting point of contention, where I think the majority of the appeal for them is the mystery of what their intent is. They were working in tandem with this massive alien organization known as the Cabal. They are an organization dedicated to the destruction of chaos at any cost. They informed the twin Primarchs of Alfarius and Omegon that in the coming rebellion of the Horus heresy, which was unavoidable, if they sided with Horus, they would lead to an unprecedented victory for the traitors, to completely killing the Emperor, destroying all of humanity, and after that there would be massive civil wars between all of the traitor legions. This would mean that the primary food source of chaos would disappear, and they would eventually be starved out and die after a few thousand years, leading to the other species of the universe being able to take hold of it once again. But if they sided with the Emperor, he would be only mortally wounded, and the Imperium would basically rally under him as a martyr, causing chaos to have an almost infinite supply of emotional energy to feed itself indefinitely, and eventually destroy every species and thing in this universe. The fun part here is that outwardly, the majority of the Alpha Legion sided with Horus. They're even in the Chaos Codex in the modern day, while doing it under the guise of allegedly trying to side with what Alpharius believed was the Emperor's final goal of eliminating chaos completely. But even still, with them siding with Horus, the opposite happened, where the Emperor was mortally wounded. Now, say what you will about Alpharius doing one thing and Omegon doing another, which is why it's kind of open to interpretation, I mind you. But that's the reason there is such a high level of fan theories and intrigue in this specific faction. Content involving the Alpha Legion is always speculative about why this specific thing happened. Now, the easiest way to explain it is Omegon just outplayed Alpharius and ended up causing more of the Alpha Legion resources to be dedicated to the Loyalist side, which ended with the bad end of the war, where there was no civil war after the Horus heresy that would destroy all of humanity, and the Emperor was just mortally wounded. But I do think that there is a lot of wiggle room for people to interpret it that maybe it was a mixed victory, where both sides ended up getting a little bit of something in the end. People love a good puzzle, and piecing everything together with just the limited pieces of information they have is definitely fun. The characters of the Alpha Legion are also, although not nearly as highlighted as the other legions during the heresy, incredibly fun. I love my experiences with individuals like Ingo Peck, even if I have to stomach the fact that John Grammaticus shows up in his story. This doesn't just translate to them in the heresy. Even in the modern day, there are events like, say, Saint Celestine giving an Imperial relic to a group of Alpha Legionnaires because she thinks that they are still loyal to some degree. Or with the events of Militant Apostolic Matthew in the Dark Imperium trilogy, where the Alpha Legion slaughtered an entire planet of priests that are being trained only to leave him intentionally alive, which inevitably, couple decades later into the future, led to him being possessed by the spirit of the Emperor for a temporary period of time, and saving the life of Rabute Gilliman while banishing Mortarion for an extended period of time. Mortarion is still not back in the story, if my memory is correct, and that is a very significant benefit to the Imperial side of things. These actions, although definitely not conventionally pleasant, do end up with the greater good for the Imperium being accomplished, which is kind of the highlight of the Legion as a whole, due to things that Omegon has been kind of cooking for the last couple hundred centuries. Because if you didn't know, Omegon of the two Primarchs was actually the one deemed to be just straight up loyal for the most part, allegedly.
What?
It's kind of hard to tell, but he was the one to tip off a lot of loyalists during the heresy in very indirect ways. He was the one that planned a lot of those actions that, because the Alpha Legion attacked this key point, other Imperials figured out really quickly that, oh, he's actually a traitor, and they ended up attacking with double the force. It's very suspicious, but with Alpharius being the one who ended up dying, Omegon is technically the only Primarch left for the Alpha Legion, which would explain why a lot of their behaviors kind of lead to a greater good for the Alpha Legion and the Imperium as a whole. Though again, there's a lot to interpret.
I don't think my brain
here.
is big
I
enough
do
for
think
this.
they're also just fun, and the reason why people like them is because they're just kind of cool. It doesn't have to be that deep. You can be as superficial about them as you like. Like, straight up, I just like the color of their armor and their tactics.
That's
it.
true.
You don't
They are
have
really
to enjoy
cool.
their lore. But because aesthetically they look cool, lore-wise they have a lot to them, and there's just a lot of puzzles that people come back to trying to solve, especially when we get new information. I think that it leads to this complete package that people just genuinely enjoy, even down to their armor scheme requiring a completely different technique of painting to use. Like, I learned about inks and using inks through the Alpha Legion, where you have to, I know this isn't a painting channel, but you paint them a bright silver and then you have to overlay a turquoise ink over them to give them this kind of bright blue metal look to them. I think that's so interesting that they're very different. It's kind of like the Night Lords, where you have to learn how to paint the lightning in order to use them. There are numerous reasons as to why the Legion is so popular, and that is why I think even if the joke runs stale, I'm always going to have something to say about them. Like,
I
hey,
mean, I guess that
did you
makes
guys know that
sense.
I've picked up Legions Imperialis? You know, the mini Warhammer. And I'm currently painting my Space Marines in that set as Alpha Legion. Ain't that nutty?
Ain't that nutty is so crazy. It is kind of nutty.
That was 20 chapters of Space Marines that I think are significant enough to justify talking about. Was it a stretch? For some of them, yeah. But I like to think I pled my case well enough. I have my favorites, and if I may be a bit sappy, it's so weird to think that I can trace myself back to seeing the first video of this series and know that it was a year ago. If I remember correctly, I did this around 25,000 subs, but I could be wrong. And that was an amazing climb. A big
That's
growth
crazy.
rate for me, for any channel, to be honest. I love doing this. I love entertaining people, and I love being able to do this for a job. So I try to monetize things only as far as to make my content better and support
Bro, your
myself.
growth
I'm
is
used to being poor,
insane.
like full-on broke most of the time, eating nothing but pasta and canned sauce and peanut butter sandwiches on stale bread with a side of shitty cereal in the morning. But because of this channel and the support of you guys, I am about to move out of my current place and into an actual apartment. I'm currently renting out a single 7x9 room with like no openable windows and no AC. I honestly could never have gotten here without any of you, and that's not just because of like channel members. I want to thank every single person who watches my channel, even if you're just a subscriber to someone who just happened upon this video and decided to be fun to watch. I think a lot of content creators forget that and just end up seeing their fans as dollar signs and only thanking the ones that support them financially. But without any of you, this channel wouldn't exist, and my ability to produce videos, hire on someone to work for me, it wouldn't be what it is now, and I wouldn't be able to do it. So I want to try and interact with you all as much as possible. I ground myself by reading as many comments as possible when a video goes live, and from there I'm able to understand what people like and what people are feeling. It's not much, but it helps me understand when people like certain videos and people don't like certain videos, but it helps me understand what your opinions are. Side note, I have a public Discord. The link is in the description of all of my videos, and I do try to hop in VC from time to time, though it does get kind of rare. I am a bit busy this time of year. So if you got to the end of this video, show up. We might get to hang out at some point, because I do hang out in there from time to time. But from the bottom of my heart, all of that aside, thank you all for being here. Thank you especially to my channel members, as because of all of you, my life has not just improved, but gotten better than I thought it ever could have been. Here's to new content coming around the corner. And once again, thank you all for watching. Until next time.
Guys, I so agree with him though. Like, honestly, even for me, the fact that you guys are here means a lot to me. Like, I don't want to end this stream on a sappy note, because the sappiness will start on like, the sappiness will happen on like in like 2 days, but I don't want to end it on a sappy note. But I everything that he said, I do feel that too. Like, you guys, having a community has really changed my life for the better in a lot of different ways. 4.5 hour stream for a 1.5 hour video. These tangents are absolutely insane. Okay, but if we didn't go on tangents, right? Wouldn't that be less fun? Mean a lot to us too. No, you guys mean a lot more to me than I think you guys know. Will you also be seeing all the Primarchs weapons after this video? Not today, because we've been streaming for like 5 hours at this point. We've been streaming for like 5 hours at this point. For a 1.5 hour video, I think that if we watch the Primarchs weapons, your girl's gonna go on a 50-hour tangent, and I gotta pee, brother. Less yapping than your last reaction streams. I know, today was pretty good. We really locked in. Tell me you're proud of me. Still waiting for Gavin Bop 4 to 6. Oh, that's when we cry again. That's when we cry again. Another piss break? No, I gotta go make dinner. I gotta go eat. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Did the video cover The Exorcist? I think it did, like, but it was like quite early at the start. By the way, Raven, if you're still here, the first part actually had the Soul Drinkers in it. Dumb Raccoon! Hi, go feed yourself, girl. I know. Remember to believe to make mutton chops a reality. I'm not fucking doing that. Chat, we will never manifest mutton chops at all. It's so really funny me that Bones joined Horror over to your acting video and talk about 40k reality. You're talking about abusive exes. I know, I'm sorry. Bro really came in and hurt me, trauma dump on chat. My bad, lol. My bad, guys. You see, I left everything on it. If you join the Discord and you post the picture in the Discord under Warhammer 40k models, I will probably see it eventually. I've been like Mr. Bones, I too have been a little too busy for Discord. So, you know, 07's in the chat. You just have to let me know too. Can we get 07 for Mira's editor for having to scrub through 5 hours for an hour and a half video? Man, don't call me out like that. Okay, I will check the Discord. I've been too busy for Discord lately though. It's kind of been a yikes. But I think we're gonna end the stream here. I don't think I'll raid out today because, girl, I'm tired. And remove the swearing. Oh, so they don't really do that. They kind of let me swear all I want. The art. Can we talk about the artwork for your schedule is just gooner bait? Well, hear me out. I'm a gooner, so that's why the art's like gooner bait. It's gonna be a 2-hour video, man. Okay, guys, I'm gonna end the stream here, but I love you guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, hold up. What are we doing tomorrow? Because I already forgot. Don't at me. But you know I'm an idiot. Ah, yes, tomorrow we're gonna be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Our favorite game. Are you ready? I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay, chat? I love you guys. And YouTube, we will be watching... Okay, next week, we have things that we can do. Okay? Next week, we have things that we can do. So we're either watching a certain movie on stream, or... No, actually, no, I need to get permission for that first. Okay, I'm not gonna make that promise, but we will, if I get the permission in time, we will be watching a certain movie on stream. If I don't get the permission in time, we will be watching weapons and why I love the Imperial Fists, which, get mentally prepared. It's gonna be hours of me barking at Rogel Dorn, okay? Remember, bark if you see Rogel Dorn. Woof woof! Bye, guys. We'll see you guys next week, okay? On YouTube. And I'll see you guys tomorrow on Twitch. I love you guys. Bye!